try to set this up somewhere to fucking so I don't look like I'm in a teenager's. I mean, I don't even think it's possible. There is no angle in this room that looks not incriminating, particularly in light of what I'm going to be talking about. But in any case, you know, YouTube app used to have the ability to like do green screen in the background. It was built right into the fucking. Oh, hold on. Maybe I can retouch. I don't need that. What's that? Brightness, lighting on. See, there used to be a fucking a green screen function just built into it, and I could, you know, zoom background myself into something a little more reasonable. But they got rid of it. And I googled how to green screen a live stream. It's like you need some kind of third-party app or something. So I'd love to just put it like right here. I wonder if I can just put it on this chair or something. See, I have a fucking tripod with literally all of the legs are broken off, so it's a monopod now. So I really don't have anything to prop it up at all. This can work. I mean, the first, you know, 10 minutes of my live stream, nobody watches anyway. And really, all of my live stream, nobody watches anyway, so. One viewer at a time. Okay, well, yeah, I really don't know if there's an answer here. I guess not. Fuck, hold on. I wish if there was a hole somewhere I could just poke this in. Maybe I can put it. Let me try this. Okay, that's not terrible, I guess. Hold on. When I was a kid, certain people had satellite dishes. This is sort of around the time of cable, when cable was king. I mean, that's not a great angle, but not horrible. You can't see the street. You know, I want that. I want to be able to have like a living background where there's something of visual interest other than just my face or whatever. In any case, yeah, when I was a kid, certain people had satellite dishes. Not that many, but a few people you knew had satellite dishes. This was the links people would go to get content. And for certain shows, first of all, they had like hundreds of channels. And certain networks, like the nightly news, right, you would get it was like the network feed or something on your satellite dish. And so you could see the news anchors before the show starts. They just like have like the raw of like the new Tom Brokaw or whatever sitting there going over his papers, people doing makeup, whatever. I don't know how or why, but for some reason people had satellite dishes had access to this kind of like pre-show kind of like tape roll. And That's what I'm doing on my live stream. I don't know. It feels like in the internet you can just have long expanses of time where, like that Alan Jackson bar, a lot of their live feed is just like an empty stage because it's like bands are changing over or the night's over. So like last night I live streamed the karaoke. Maybe I just shouldn't even start talking until somebody gets on. Well, the idea with this is that it's meant to have like replay value. You might not watch it right now, but like you could watch this tomorrow, or it's like Club Random. It's a combo of live stream and podcast. It's not necessary. I'm moving more into the live stream space. Like last night, like I said, I was live streaming the karaoke. Didn't get a whole lot of views, but it was impromptu. It was not planned. My neighbors were banging on the fucking door. I'm singing "The Fool on the Hill," like screaming, "Day after day, the fool is the..." And I hear boom, 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 boom. It's like it's Friday night. It's 8 o'clock. Like, I don't live here, so I'm not really trying to start any shit or anything, but it's pretty fucking lame if you ask me. It's like it's Friday night, 8 o'clock. Like, I'm not allowed to do karaoke in the living room. Like, I was being kind of loud, but my system is not like some booming fucking system. It's like a pretty small rig. So in any case, I don't know. The karaoke's kind of. I had to cut it out. I don't know. It's a good, ritual. It's cleansing. The thing that I really want to talk about and why I really am itching to get on. I don't know if people have read the new Epstein files drop, but I have personally been kind of like going down the rabbit hole, I guess. Returning viewers know that I'm not really like the biggest Epstein obsessed person. I'm sort of just like, yo, this is it sounds like a lot of it sounds like pretty fantastical and conspiratorial, and uh there are real problems. And well, just the idea that people who are like pro Trump are also the ones that are like thinking Trump is going to like release the Epstein files. It's like, how are you not making this connection? Like, there's videos of Trump with Epstein, they're buddies. Like, there's tons and tons of things connecting them. They hung out, blah blah blah. It's like, how do you think Trump is like, how do you think Clinton is like the one that's like the worst offender or something here? So I never really like, to me there's real world issues and things that are sort of like, but in any case, wow, after reading this last drop, have people checked it out? I mean, if you haven't read it yet, I encourage you. I mean, there's just so much news at all times these days, whether it's Minneapolis or Iran or building condos in Gaza. Obviously it is trying to distract from the goddamn Epstein files. And Trump, with everything, I think they use the Epstein files as, it's like projection. It's like whatever we're guilty of, accuse the other side of, right? Like, Trump is guilty. They should be called the Trump files because he's a big part of it. But weaponize it against the other side. Make it about the Clintons or Hillary, or we're going to release these files. We're going to expose all the Democrat or whatever. The Democrats in Trump is somehow outside of like the public's perception of like Washington insider, Illuminati cabal. He's like this businessman, independent, He's not one of these corrupt Illuminati kind of like politicians like Tom Hanks or fucking Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or just a sec. Trump for us to expose these child pedo, child murdering, etc., etc. So it's just like everything with Trump. Accuse the other side of what you're guilty of, basically. Except this is the ultimate fucking example, and it's sort of like he's cornered, right? Like he pledged to release the files, or there's some kind of law that says they have to release the files, and so like, you know, this has been one of his fucking campaign promises. All the QAnon people, the QAnon shaman, the January 6th people, like, this was like their main fucking, like, a huge part of, like, I guess it makes sense. People who are stupid enough to vote for Trump are also stupid enough not to understand that he's, like, in the goddamn files. But Mom Donnie's mom is in the files, and so it's really about, they're all the same. Mira Nair is in the fucking Epstein files. And so anyway, the latest batch of the Epstein files that they are releasing, and they're super compromised. It's only like half the file. There's 3 million of them, and it's only like half the files. And they're heavily redacted, and the shit that's in them is still insane. And, you know, it really, the thing that it reminds me the most of is the quote-unquote Hillary's emails. A lot of it is similar in nature, at least the stuff that I've seen. They refer to things as pizza for some reason. It's like some kind of code word. Do you want a piece of pizza? How thinly sliced? We have one piece of pizza to share. How thin do we need to slice it? That's literally in the Epstein files. I mean, I don't know. Are those also in Hillary's emails? Is there overlap? What's the Venn diagram between the Epstein files and Hillary's emails? Because, you know, the Clinton is mentioned from time to time in the Epstein files, but it's not really the most incriminating stuff. There's something about George Bush raping a child in it, which is insane. The first George Bush. The Dana Carvey George Bush. Which, you know, he's not typically somebody who's slimed in these fucking discussions. It's always Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and, you know, who was on the Lolita Express. Apparently, Robin Leach strangled a young woman to death at one of these parties. That's one of the, I mean, Robin Leach of Lifestyles and the Rich and Famous fame, which is a fucking TV show I remember from being a kid. You know, Robin Leach never seemed like that type of guy. So there are certain things in the new Epstein files release that, like, may have just been crazy people calling into an FBI hotline and saying some shit that might be, you know, like, did Robin Leach really fucking strangle? Some of the allegations are sort of more broad, or, you know, they could just be some crackpot person anonymously reporting something to the FBI that, like, has no basis in fact. But there's enough things that are thrown at Trump that sound like him that you're like, if he's even guilty of some of this shit, it's like really ugly and really bad. Like, there's one part where it talks about something about, you know, 13-year-old girls, or, you know, they're young. He would do these, like, teenage beauty pageants and shit, which was which was human trafficking, basically. It was a way of getting the girls they wanted, basically, and getting them to come to them. Ooh, they want to win a beauty pageant? And so anyway, apparently he would stick his finger to test X, Y, or Z. That sounds like Trump to me. You know, that sounds like something he would do. And, you know, a lot of it is they rape these girls, and then they throw money at them, and then they threaten to kill them, or they do kill them. They threaten their family. That's a recurring thing. I mean, Trump was mobbed up. This doesn't feel beyond credibility to me. There was one part where it talks about, because anytime one of these girls starts to speak up, they threaten them and they say, there was one thing on his golf course where one of the girls was a troublemaker, and they said she needed to shut up or she would get buried under the back nine and become fertilizer like all the other see you next Tuesdays who caused trouble. It's like that's where Trump's wife is buried. She's fucking fertilizer on the goddamn golf course. Like, it sounds plausible to me. I mean, like I said, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Like I have not. Maybe I'm just waking up. I mean, this was literally a fucking release from the federal government by Trump's administration. And it's like, even though they scrubbed it, it's still really fucking incriminating and evil. Like, what's the shit they're hiding at this point? It does seem like they want to kind of bring Trump down. I think there is some truth to that idea. Like, he's kind of losing it. And they want to kind of push him out or something. Or maybe he does have dementia. And so he's like, he's no longer useful, or like he's no longer really competent to be what they need, and he's becoming kind of a danger or something. He's too unpredictable. He's too out of control. He's too senile. And so I do think they're leaking it out a little bit at a time. I mean, it wasn't even the head story on the New York Times today. The head story was all about, I think, Iran or Minneapolis or something. And the Epstein thing was like pretty far down, which is like, I mean, it's pretty believable to me to think that Trump. There was one story, some woman at his casino said she wanted him to meet him or something, and so she approached one of his one of his bodyguards approached her and said, "Hey, you want to meet Trump?" And they gave her a drink and she passed out. And the next thing she remembers is like, she said she saw a flash of Trump's face and she had been like raped. And she woke up the next day. She said she woke up and there was $300 on the bed. And she'd been raped. She had had sex while she was passed out or whatever. I mean, maybe that was just the 80s. In the 70s, you could just roofie people. That was like considered just part of the mating ritual. We got these things called leg spreaders. So I don't know. I wouldn't put it past any of this shit. I mean, there was some article about in the Washington Times they've been sharing. This is all on Twitter, by the way. Elon Musk is in the goddamn Epstein files, asking when the next Wild Island party is. He wants to go to the wildest island party. And they're sharing all this shit on Twitter. Like, maybe it's just because I'm on Twitter that I'm like, is Twitter now like QAnon or 4chan or something? I suppose it is. That was the other thing I read, okay? So there was a 4chan thread, because like I said, I've been going down the Epstein rabbit hole, just sort of just trying to figure out what's real, what's not. Because like I said, I really haven't given this a whole lot of attention. There's plenty of things that are bad about Trump that like are not him being some baby murdering, child rapist. But unfortunately, he's also those things, apparently. In one of the files, it says that they're at some yacht party or something, and I'm not even going to repeat it, but they said that there's a baby and they're dismembering the baby and they have the baby's intestines and they're eating the shit out of the baby's intestines. They said this one guy cut his feet off with scimitars. And now that may have just, now that does sound like possibly some kind of fanciful, crazy FBI tinfoil hat anonymous tip or something. But like it doesn't take a lot to connect the dots between like, oh, Trump owns a fucking beauty pageant. He says he wants to have sex with his own daughter when she's underage. Like, you grab him by the pussy. He's hanging out with Roy Cohen. So anyway, there was this one thread. It doesn't. This all feels plausible. The idea that Trump is disposing of these people, just get rid of them. They're just, that's part of the fun. Robin Leach. That's how Robin Leach gets his rocks off. By strangling people. Or Prince Andrew, right? They say Prince Andrew, tortured some person to death or something. It's like, Jesus Christ. There's a lot of there's been rumors about Prince Andrew for a long fucking time. Like I said, I've said this on my stream before. I thought it was just literally like they're having sex with young girls. I didn't really believe the stuff about adrenochrome or babies or pizza. I don't know how far the depravity goes, but okay, so there was this one thing that I read. It was on 4chan, and it was this guy anonymous. It was an anonymous post, and I think it was something about dead man, something about confessions of a dead man or something. And okay, so it's this long thread. Like I said, it's anonymous by this guy who supposedly worked for Epstein, and he says at the beginning of it, he says, "I'm gonna kill myself," and so, I can talk about this, and I need to get this off my chest, blah, blah, blah. I'll share it through 4chan. It may be fake. There's definitely, people in the thread are kind of divided. Some people think it's fake. It sounds somewhat credible. He talks about, he was, it's interesting how this stuff is brewed from 4chan and Reddit, because Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were on fucking Reddit. Ghislaine Maxwell was one of the big Reddit moderators or something. So anyway, and it's just weird how that culture has kind of filtered upward. Who'd have think those people were directly involved in orchestrating mass opinion about this, or just attitudes. So anyway, okay, so this guy, he talks about, he started out, I don't know, in South Florida, right, where Epstein and Trump and blah blah blah. And I think he started working for Epstein just on his property as just kind of one of the staff or whatever. And then he would see things occasionally that were suspicious, but he learned to keep his mouth shut, and so he became a valuable employee, and they brought him kind of more and more into stuff, and they gave him more money concurrently with, that's what his point was he basically did it for the money. Epstein knew how much he paid him, the least he could pay him, but he knew how much it would cost to sort of keep this guy in his employ and doing, his dirty laundry for him, basically. And so he tells a story about something about Mick, who was the guy? Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, somebody in Mitt Romney's family. These guys are related to Mitt Romney, and he's partying one night, with some chick and she dies. She ODs or something. She chokes on her own vomit. And so Mitt Romney's like, I don't know, he's related to Mitt Romney somehow, is like, this happens pretty regularly with this guy or something. It's happened before. And so he manages to convince this guy, like, look, we can't call the authorities. We have to handle this ourselves because I'll get in big trouble. This will look really bad for my family. But I know some people. Let me call some people and we'll get this taken care of. And so anyway, they this guy agrees to like transport the woman's body to like there's other people that are like gonna take it and dispose of it or whatever. This is how he sort of gets initiated into the darker stuff. And so he agrees to do it, blah blah blah. I don't, like I said, maybe it's fake. Maybe it's fake, but it was interesting the way he sort of like gets involved a little bit more at a time. And so anyway, I forget, one thing leads to another, and he works on fucking Epstein's Island. And he's talking about, he mostly just tries to stay out of, he just wants to kind of work and get paid, and he doesn't want to see anything. He talks about, like this, the house, they didn't really go in the bathhouse. That's where all the kind of like dark shit went on. They have these weird plays, kind of like Eyes Wide Shut, where they put on like animal masks and like give speeches about whatever, the Antichrist, finance, whatever. And so he talks about he was putting some tools away in a shed or something, and he opens the door and he saw a guy with a Nixon tattoo on his back, like, forcing himself on somebody, blah, blah, blah. And the guy goes, "What the fuck are you doing here?" And, so he got into a little trouble for that. And, he just had little glimpses into these people. Basically, the idea with Epstein's Island, Epstein says something about it's like, it's the only free place on earth. People can do whatever they want here, meaning they can indulge and, have non-consensual sex with people, basically, and perhaps even commit violence. There's no law that's going to stop them. And the idea, I guess, being with these ultra wealthy people, it's sort of like American Psycho. It's just like they don't feel anything, so this is the only way they can feel. Like the guy talks about Epstein sort of confided in him that he never feels happy. Even though he's got this amazing life, he's got a private jet, he's flying to fucking, Switzerland or wherever, the best of everything everywhere, he's still not happy. So he has to sort of like commit these, violent acts or harm people, eat babies. And the shit they say about Trump is pretty convincing. They say that he's a psychopath and like, he would do things to women. He liked to hear them scream. He hits one of the women. That's a common thing in these stories about Trump, is like he forces himself on some fucking, well, one of the allegations, right, is Trump forces himself on like a 13-year-old and she bites his dick. And so she bit his dick and started laughing, so he hits her. This is in the Epstein files. I'm not making this up. This is literally what it says. It is like reading some kind of really dark ghost story or something. Like, it feels credible. I don't know. Is this what unifies the fucking, like, 1% of the 1%, the people that run the world? Like, are they all part of, like, some kind of weird initiation, like, cabal where, like, what the fuck are they eating baby feces for? What the fuck is that about? That seems, I don't know. That doesn't, Trump forcing himself on a 13-year-old and her biting his penis and him hitting her, that feels plausible to me. Whereas, like, a guy getting his feet cut off with scimitars or something, maybe it happened. But it's like, they're already guilty of so much fucking dark, evil shit. I mean, I guess we should find out the truth, whatever it is. At this point, I am sort of inclined to believe. I mean, I don't know. Is it some kind of Eyes Wide Shut thing? Is that why Stanley Kubrick died? Did they poison him because he told the fucking truth? I mean, the Epstein, like, victims are still alive. A lot of them, there are, like, Epstein survivors that are, like, out there that are telling their story. Like, they're brave because it is pretty much a recurring thing in all of these cases where it's like they basically tell these women, like, we will kill you and your family if you say shit about this. If you cause any trouble. Like, they kidnap these women when they're extremely young. There's a video, okay, there was this video of this woman, I guess she was like a model in Mexico. I don't know if people know about this. Now, like I said, now I'm like a conspiracy theorist. Now it's like I kind of am buying it. So there's this woman, this video of this woman, I forget what her name is. She's a Mexican model. It's 2009. And supposedly there was some big gathering of a bunch of hotshot business people and whatever, world leaders, culture in Mexico. And there was some kind of, sex party or something. And there's video of this woman in 2009 screaming in front of this hotel or whatever about they're eating humans. It's insane. It's disgusting. They're eating humans. And supposedly this woman disappeared shortly after, and no one has heard from her or seen her since. I Googled it. This is real. This woman disappeared. No one has seen her. It's like, I didn't really do all the fucking fact checking on that, but like, in one video, she looks like somebody who just escaped, some kind of horrific situation. She's screaming about they're eating humans. And then she disappears. It's like, was Robin Leach at that party? You sick fuck. Robin Leach, Jesus Christ. We can never watch Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous ever again. We'll never look at it the same. I'm Robin Leach. It's fucking sick. It really is nauseating to even read this shit. It makes you sick to your stomach. I feel like Stabler. Where's fucking Special Victims Unit? Get Stabler on this immediately. I'd love to have just Stabler. Can he get Epstein alone for just 5 minutes? Stabler just beat the fuck out of Epstein. Epstein was just the pimp. Oh my God. There's an interview with Epstein's driver or something in New York Magazine that's also very suspicious. The reporter's really pressing him about stuff. And the driver gets he's like a bodyguard driver kind of guy. Because that's the thing about these rich people is they have all this staff, so it's like they have people sign NDAs or whatever. They threaten them. So the reporter's like really pressing the driver about this or that, and the driver's just like increasingly like, I can't talk to you anymore. Like, we can't talk about this. You need to stop asking questions about this. I need, it's like they clearly felt like they were in danger if they revealed what they knew. So anyway, then okay, in this 4chan thread by this anonymous guy, the last thing he talks about is on the island, right? Is they found out one of the employees was like had a camera phone and was like filming shit, and he was like some kind of like spy for some kind of journalism. He was like an independent journalist who had somehow like infiltrated Epstein's staff or something. And so he had a phone with like videos he had taken of the island, of like the private residence, blah blah blah, of shit that happened there. And so they found out about this, and he says, and he names the guys with a couple of the other guys from the staff. They like confront this guy. The guy goes off to take a phone call. He has this phone call. When he comes back, he punches the guy in the face, breaks his nose, his blood going everywhere. They're asking him for his phone. They're like, "Do you have a fucking phone? You're not supposed to have that on the private island, or And he's like, "No, no, no." So he goes, takes his phone call. He comes back. He punches the guy in the face. So then they take his phone and they see that he's got all these videos and shit. And so he takes another phone call, and they're like, "We're going to take this guy out in the woods." And so they take this guy out in the woods, and the guy who's posting about it, the anonymous guy says, he just thought they're going to make him sign an NDA or, give him a talking to. And the other guy who's been talking on the phone strangles the guy to death. And then they put him in a wood chipper and burn the fucking pieces, he says. Because, they just have to, he can't be trusted, blah, blah, blah. So they just kill the guy. This is the way they handle stuff. I mean, it's a familiar thing that the victims talk about. Like, I remember watching a documentary a few years ago about Epstein and Les Wexner and all that. And they talked about one of the girls who was at Wexner's, like, Wexner had a... See, they're trying to get me. Because I'm talking about this. See? It's fucking... Wexner had on his estate. Epstein had a mansion on Wexner's estate. They like shared, in New Albany. And so this girl was like held captive there. She said she tried to escape, and there were these fucking attack dogs that like were ferocious and would have killed her when she tried to get out. And they basically just tell all of them, like, "Look, we will kill you. We'll kill you and your family if you fucking say anything about this." And, the people who have escaped, who have the survivors, this is like a common thing they talk about. I don't know. So I'm suddenly, interested, and I do feel like there does need to be some kind of fucking, I mean, is there an investigation into this? Like, fucking Trump has done some bad shit, it seems like. Seems like they've killed some fucking people, to me. And they buried him on his goddamn golf course as a joke, like to laugh about it. Like, that's their mentality, I think. The mentality of this is part of what is like really disturbing, which I think is like, they don't think these people are like human. They think they're the best, they're billionaires, they're, I don't necessarily want to bring like Judaism into it, but I think Epstein probably used that as like a justification. Like, these are just goyim, These are Gentiles. They're not real people. They exist to like to service us. And so whatever happens to them, they fucking deserve it. Uh I don't know. It's really dark. It's really fucking dark. And I didn't necessarily want to believe that it was all a big conspiracy. The other big story, right, is Bill Gates got an STD and he was afraid he gave it to his wife, so he slipped her antibiotics or something just in case. But he denies that. He says it's incredibly made up, I guess. You know whose name doesn't turn up that much? Bill Clinton. You know whose name isn't really in the Epstein files? Hillary. You know who is? Elon Musk. Elon Musk is like chomping at the bit to be invited to the baby dismemberment with George Bush 41 and 43. They've been doing it since they were young at the Skull and Bones, and their old hands at the baby killing ceremonies. It's fucking twisted. Yeah, there was this article in the Washington Times in the 80s about Reagan Bush White House. There was some kind of gay prostitution ring that had like infiltrated the White House, and it's like, you think Republicans are only just now crashing Grindr? It's like it's always been this way. There's always been fucking closeted kinky fucking Republicans, like Roger Stone and his Nixon tattoo. What the fuck is that about? Why are all these goddamn Republicans on Grindr? Roy Cohn and shit. They said there was some dungeon. They wear these bull masks around like the island. He said when he ran into Roger Stone was like wearing this bull mask while he's fucking this guy or whatever. And they said something about these guys put these animal masks on because they want to like become totally uninhibited. They want to like indulge, and that's what the island is for. They just like run through the island doing whatever they want. Fucking whatever they want, eating whatever they want, committing violence, strangling people, apparently, if you're Robin Leach. Robin Leach! Apparently he's the worst. Who'd have thought? Robin Leach would be like this fucking sicko. You sick fuck. Robin Leach, you sick fuck. We hope you're burning in hell, Robin Leach. Robin Leach! Lifestyles of the depraved fucking psychopaths. My dad told me this story, and I don't know where he heard it. I haven't heard it anywhere else, but supposedly when Trump was a kid, right, in New York, and I've seen pictures of this, before they had air conditioning, they had like these cages in the window that you'd put your baby outside because it was so warm in the apartment. Like you put your baby out to like cool it off, or it could fucking breathe or something. I don't know. And so there are like these baby cages that would be out the window with babies in them. And supposedly when Trump was a kid, he liked to play this game called Make the Baby Cry. And he would throw rocks at the babies to make them cry. And it's like, that is a sick fucking person. You know, like that shit. Kids that do shit like that No wonder he's the Antichrist. Like, it does feel plausible that he enjoys debasing people, harming people. He enjoys violence. People think Trump is like this peacenik, like Bill Maher. Trump hates war. I know it. I've talked to him. Trump hates war. It's the guy who throws rocks at babies. How can that possibly be true? There's no way that anybody could be. It's such a fucking villainous origin story. Trump throwing rocks at babies. And yet, I mean, the files seem legitimate to me. The way the motherfucker types, the creepy way Epstein types, that's something that a lot of people have commented on, is like, why is his fucking shit so ungrammatical and like jacked with typos and shit? It's like, because it's a flex. He's a rich guy. He's the boss. And it's just like pissing in everybody's face. It's like, I don't, this is not, I'm writing this on an iPad. This is not even worth my time. Like, I'm just going to leave all the misspellings and shit. I just rattled this off because I'm so fucking rich and important that, like, I mean, that was one thing I noticed with the guy I used to work for, is his emails used to be like real short. It's like, well, he's the fucking boss. It's a power play. He can do that. The rest of us have to be like, hey, I'm hoping this email finds you well. Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, we're unpacking the Epstein emails, the anonymous 4chan threads. I don't know. Maybe that was just some kind of fan fiction. Was that just Epstein fan fiction? That wasn't in the Epstein files. The Epstein files, though, are, I mean, there's tons of emails to, like, about Woody Allen. I was really disappointed to find that. There's, like, all these fucking emails to Woody Allen talking about pizza. I'm like, oh, fuck, Woody Allen is a pedo. Of course, the Soon Yi thing is just, like, his steady thing. He's got some kind of weird sex, diet on the side where he's dismembering babies, apparently, and draining their blood. That's how he stays. That's why he keeps making classic films, even at the age. Okay, so another part of it is he talks about they go to Switzerland, right? Because Switzerland is like a vacation. Part of the fun for these people is that it's illegal, that they might get caught, that they're doing something like so dark. That's part of the fun. They want to do something illegal. They want something no one else can get. There's 8 billion other schlubs. Like, we get to eat the babies. We get to fucking wear the bull masks and hunt people for sport. Kidnap, teenage girls and shit. So anyway, he says they go to Switzerland because it's like a vacation, because Switzerland has more lax attitude towards statutory rape, basically. Doesn't Polanski live in Switzerland? I'm pretty sure Polanski lives in Switzerland now. So it's where, all the bankers and pedos, and apparently Epstein likes the kind of women they have in Switzerland. So they would go to Switzerland as like a way to chill out while they're, raping people. And, it's like the guy just goes from one perfect environment to the next. He's got a townhouse on the Upper East Side. He's got an island. The guy said the climate of his island is like perfect. The weather is completely comfortable all the time. It's like a paradise. It's beautiful. And then he goes to fucking Switzerland, to some like giant mansion in the Alps. The Alps are like incredible. So Epstein literally just has the best of everything everywhere he goes, even though he's just a total slimeball. In fact, that's why he's rich. You know, he's rich because he helped people figure out how to cheat on their taxes, basically. That's why he's everybody's fucking accountant and shit. Because he showed them how to hide their money, basically. How to offshore and blah, blah, blah. So that's how he gets involved with all these super prestigious, like Millionaire and Woody Allen, and there's pictures of him with everybody, right? Bill Gates, Les Wexner. They're all asking him for financial advice. Everybody says he's like super warm to be around. One of the emails he talks about they're talking about some kind of finance thing. I forget what it was. But he's like, this is how Jews make money. Let the goyim work in the real world, basically. Is sort of like, I'm not getting that exactly right. But that's what the email says. Something about they're talking about some kind of finance scheme where how they're going to make money. I forget what it was. Not real estate, some kind of investment thing or something, I forget. And he's like, this is how Jewish people make money. Or it's like shorting something. It's like shorting stocks. It's like, this is how we make money. We make money by buying and selling stock, investment, financier, right? Jeffrey Epstein, the New York financier. The goyim, the jobs, that's for them. Let them toil fucking... And I don't think every Jewish person thinks that, obviously. A lot of them work really hard and are in the fucking real world. And it wasn't exactly their choice to become financiers and things. They were sort of forced into that over the centuries by the goyim. But I don't know. I think it says something about his attitude. Just take the easy way every single way. Make money, steal women. You don't have to actually, like, get anybody to like you or consent. You just force them against their will. You just take whatever you want. And I don't think he's dead. His friends were too powerful. I mean, there's a lot of fucking conspiracy around it, so it's hard to tell what's real, what's not. But I mean, this was like some official thing in the goddamn New York Times. It was an official release fucking from Pam Bondi or whatever. Like, this is not, R the Donald. They're not weaponizing you. I don't know if people probably don't remember this, but I made an episode of my vlog about my buddy who was a Trumper telling me about the Donald. They were reading Hillary's emails. And it was like this whole the Donald. This was right before the election, right when Comey, remember Comey opened that probe into Hillary's emails or whatever, right before the election, which kind of punctured her credibility in a lot of ways. Not that she would have won anyway, knowing what we know now. America was just hungry for the Antichrist. It has to be born here. I mean, come on. We've been prepping for it for our whole lives. The most rock and roll fucking heavy duty thing to ever happen. And so anyway, this the Donald forum, they were all going through Hillary's emails. And the idea was, my buddy was telling me this thing about weaponized autism. They were going to get all these autistic people to, like, because they could, like, scan the email super fast and, like, I think that may have been the first time I heard the word weaponized. My buddy seemed really excited by the idea of weaponized autism to go through Hillary's emails. And I remember sort of looking into Hillary's emails because my other friend, was sort of like a believer of all that stuff. My one friend really started to believe that Sandy Hook was fake and all of the Alex Jones kind of talking points. And he was sort of like he thought Podesta and the Clintons killed Vince Foster and Pizzagate, like he believed all of that stuff. And so I read a little bit about it, supposedly they were transporting, they were going to Haiti and Africa and shit, and they under the auspices of like these kind of humanitarian missions as a way to kidnap children to perform these kind of satanic rituals and drain their blood, and so they'd stay young. And the media is full of all these kind of satanic images. The Denver airport is all kind of satanic Masonic symbols and shit. And that was one thing the guy talked about on the 4chan thread was Rihanna. He's from the Epstein contacts. He started working for Rihanna. And there wasn't really any dirt on Rihanna other than like he would procure like, apparently Rihanna likes to sleep with women sometimes. And then he'd get her like Molly and shit. But I don't remember him saying anything real bad about Rihanna being a child murderer. She wasn't at the she didn't wear the bull mask or anything. And so anyway, I read a little bit about the Pizzagate stuff, and I've talked about it a lot on here. It's just sort of like really far-fetched, like the Sandy Hook shit. It just seems like you got to be nuts. But the idea was like Beyonce and Rihanna and Jay-Z and Diddy and certain people were putting satanic image. Like if you pause the Rihanna video at a certain frame, like you can see like this goat head. And supposedly that's like sending fucking, satanic images out into the public. And our media is like what was it? Nas X. Remember Lil Nas X? Didn't he have a video where he like had sex with the devil or something? Apparently all of Lil Nas X stuff like showed that he had like been like, they own his soul now, or like something happened. The Hollywood cabal like got to him and fucking like sodomized him or did their humiliation ritual. He went to the Diddy party. He got baby oiled up with fucking Carl Winslow, and now his soul is gone. The light went out behind his eyes like Dax Shepard, or apparently Ashton Kutcher also is like looking pretty gnarly these days because their souls are blocked. Oh, there was this really interesting TikTok where this woman was reading people's what did she call it? It was really like aura reading, but she called it something else, discernment or something. She did Tom Hanks. She's like, he has deceived himself. He's very disconnected. His soul is outside of his body. You can see this half of his face is, he's pretending to smile, but the other half of his body, and she's like, I see a black bile coming out of his mouth. Something has attached itself to Tom Hanks. All these celebrities. She's like, Matthew McConaughey, I think, wants to kill himself. He's got... It was really incredible, just from like looking, like a picture of the celebrity. You're like, yeah, Matthew McConaughey, I think, has deeply betrayed himself. He looks like he contemplates suicide. I see a rope around his neck. There's a rope around his neck, and there's a little dog that follows him everywhere. I see a little dog. It's like, what the fuck? How do I get one of these readings? A dark entity has attached itself to his spine. Where's the Trump reading? Can we get the fucking Trump reading? Jesus Christ. What the fuck attached himself to that guy? Probably the darkest fucking nastiest spirits out there. His ass is destroyed from all the fucking torture. I don't know. There's all kind of crazy. I read this thing the other day about Supposedly one of Trump's victims, while he was sort of like vulnerable, put a spike up his ass and like kicked it or something, and it like destroyed his butthole. Sorry to be so crude on the internet, everybody. I'm sure I'll probably get, if I disappear after this live stream, you know what happened, okay? I told too much truth. My YouTube page gets taken down. If I disappear, it wasn't an accident. It wasn't my choice, okay? I want to live, okay? I want to make that clear. I don't want to end up like Anthony Bourdain or the guy from Lincoln Park, Chester, Chris Cornell, people who knew too much. People who were trying to speak out and do the right thing. And they got unalived. Yeah, so that's why Trump has to, like, you know, run out of the Oval Office, kick everybody out of the Oval Office because he's, like, you know, shitting his pants or whatever. Because he has no sphincter, he has no O-ring. Because one of his child victims, who I'm sure probably ended up under the fucking 12th green of his goddamn Trump National. The child now resides under the tee box. The fucking... I mean, that's fucking sick. That is grim as hell. Like, is that just fake news? Is that just more fake fucking AI? Or is this like the Steele dossier all over again? Is this the Russia hoax? They just want to bring Trump down because he's just winning so much. He's going to expose them all. He's going to expose all the other pedophiles. So they accuse him of being a pedophile. See? See how it works? Trump wants to expose the pedophiles, so they expose Trump. They make up a bunch of bullshit about Trump. I mean, I'm not saying anything that you can't find on the internet. This is all shit that I read basically over the last 24 hours because I don't know. I am checking the news like profusely, and it does feel like they're in some weird race to like out publicize the files, you know, with the Minnesota shit, with the escalations in Iran that they're doing right now. It definitely feels like they're trying to distract. Not that it's going to make any fucking difference. I really don't think it will make any difference. I think this will come and go. I am just personally kind of like shocked because I didn't really, not that I didn't buy it, but I just thought it was something different. I did think it was like, look, they want to have sex with like, you know, 13-year-olds maybe. But now I'm a little bit like more inclined to believe some of the other stuff too. Like Robin Leach strangled somebody. I don't that's a tough one. There was an interview, a clip popped up or something of Robin Leach interviewing Trump. And Marla Maples Trump. Right after they got married on Lifestyles and the Rich and Famous, which I used to watch on E in the 90s. And Trump makes a crude joke about his wife's tits, of course, immediately. But Robin Leach does not look like somebody who could strangle somebody, really. I mean, goddamn. Certain people, I might believe that. Robin Leach, I don't know. He doesn't... That does sound like something somebody would be like, oh, who's somebody that's like rich? Oh, Robin Leach. He's like rich and famous. He hosts that show about being rich and famous. But He's somebody who enjoys the finer things in life. Of course, he wants to know what it's like to kill somebody. What could be more exquisite consumerism than taking somebody else's life? I mean, it seems plausible to me that for people that have everything, it's something that pops up like that movie, The Freshman with Matthew Broderick and Marlon Brando. Isn't there a whole thing about rich people like wanting to eat like endangered species or something? There's like these rich people get together to have this dinner where it's like the menu is all like endangered species. And it's just like something that they're into because like it's bad. It's evil. The same way that Trump's kids hunt fucking endangered species and shit and big game. It's like they like that it pisses everybody off. They're bad people. You know, I don't know if it's always been this way. I guess it has been through a lot of history. Caligula or a lot of these royal people or popes, they torture people. They do really fucked up shit. It's not necessarily anything new. They were crucifying people, for Christ's sakes, just because they were bored. I mean, look at some of the shit some of the popes did. Or, you know, medieval torture and shit. It seems plausible that Roger Stone is into that. Or fucking gross ass. I mean, anybody... I guess it's just part of human nature, and maybe that's an aspect of human... You know, maybe some of us are killers. Or, you know, certainly 10,000 years ago or 100,000 years ago, humans had to kill animals, you know, with their bare hands, skin them, fucking, you know, were they killing each other? I don't know, but, uh, and it's weird, like, look at OJ. I mean, women were, like, turned on by the fact that maybe he killed his wife. Like, what the fuck is that? Apparently all these women would, like, throw themselves at OJ. It's like, Jesus Christ. What? Why? You'd think it'd be the opposite effect. You'd think it'd be like, oh my God, run. It's OJ. Run! Save yourself. He's abusive towards women. But it's like, I don't know, man, like, Trump drops bombs on fucking fishing boats in goddamn Venezuela. It's a joke. A lot of it is, you know, human life is a joke to him. Torturing people, being amused by that shit. But then again, maybe that's a lot of people. Not that they need to be represented. I think it's probably the baser part of our instinct, but, like, is that just reptile brain? Like, yeah, we want to torture our enemies. We want to bring back more torture, not just waterboarding. We're going to go further. We're into it. We do that for fun on the weekends. We fly down to fucking Palm Beach. We get into a little torture for fun. Jeez, I can't wait to get down to Mar-a-Lago so I can torture some fucking children. That's my idea of a good time. Throwing rocks at babies. Is that just made up? There's enough real world shit that I've been around that you get a whiff of it that you're like, that seems fucking, I don't know. Why are the hierarchies of our world in this way? Les Wexner, Victoria's Secret. It's all these supermodels. It's Michael Bay. It's these alpha male fucking genetically superior but it's like they also, I don't know, they're body shaming people. They're on a mass scale. They're employing, prison labor, child labor. They're hypnotizing people. Uh, and all that shit is going on behind the scenes at the company too. The fucking photographers are doing dirty shit. To the models. Terry Richardson's there. This one chick talks about Terry Richardson was taking pictures of them taking a shit like on a table or something. I heard some crazy shit when I first moved here. Somebody I knew worked in a bar on the Upper East Side, which is right in the heart of all of these pedos. And not that everybody there's a pedo. He was talking about somebody offered him $70,000 to have sex with an old woman, like on stage at a party. Like, it's just another part of the service economy. I mean, it probably exists at all levels, like, Jesus Christ, your average person now is on OnlyFans. I saw this girl just had this Instagram post. She's like, talking about her income, and she was like, I was getting rid of my, I forget what, some other fucking internet income. And she's like, I just wanted to live off, she's like, I'm getting rid of my paid sponsorships. I'm just going to live off my OnlyFans income. And I'm so grateful for, like, OnlyFans, like, providing me with the income so I can, like, pursue whatever, being an artist or blah, blah, blah. I'm paraphrasing badly. And I'm not meaning to, like, call this out as, like, to make fun of it. But I just think it's an aspect of our economy that could perhaps be acknowledged that, like, Jesus Christ, man. There's a lot of sex work out there. I guess good for these women for getting the bag for themselves. Like, she's getting paid. She controls her own destiny. Good. She's not some kidnapped, human trafficked, slave like these Epstein victims. Justice. We need justice. This is really fucking weird, sick shit. Like, do I think George Bush was raping a man at this yacht party where they cut a man's feet off with scimitars? Yes. It's about time. Dukakis should have talked about that. They should have been talking about that in '88. Dukakis should have brought out the scimitar male rape allegations at George Bush. There was a male prostitution ring in Reagan's White House, okay? Roy Cohn, Ronald Reagan, gay. The gay 80s. Something very gay about the Reagan era. I mean, partially it's because I think it was the first time it had to be, like, mass acknowledged, or, it wasn't, but, like, it's sort of in an implicit way because of AIDS. AIDS was happening, and the Reagan administration was sort of famously horrible, and I think sadistic about it. They may have created it. I mean, it did start before Reagan, but, like, it wouldn't surprise me if AIDS was, like, a CIA thing. People like to throw CIA and anything that's CIA. It's just like, oh, they're behind everything. They're behind the Grateful Dead. But it's like AIDS is something that, like, it systematically kills. Like, if they wanted to wreck the people, it's almost like targeted in a way that it doesn't feel like a coincidence to me, to be honest. It feels like biological warfare, almost. But a lot of these Republicans are gay. So, what the fuck? I guess that's, what is that? Self-hatred or death wish? It's complicated. You know, that's sort of what Angels in America is about, right? Is Roy Cohen is dying of AIDS, but he's in complete denial. He keeps talking about how he has liver cancer, and he's hateful towards gay people. You know, he devotes a lot of time and energy towards, like, using his power and what about J. Edgar Hoover? To go way back, who created the fucking intelligence surveillance thing in a lot of ways. That's just gay eavesdropping. That's just gossip. Having the dirt. But, I mean, Roy Cohen was Donald Trump's mentor. That's kind of bizarre. And that was like pre-Epstein, in a way. Those were pre-Epstein parties at Studio 54. I mean, they get into that a little bit in the Apprentice movie, right? Jeremy Strong, they're having that kind of gay orgy at Roy Cohen's townhouse. And it's kind of, I don't know, leather play and shit like that. There's nothing to, you know, there's no child sacrifice or anything like that. But I mean, if Trump was doing it, he had to learn it someplace. I mean, he's mafia'd up. He handles things like a mafia guy. It's just like, have these people whacked. Just have them whacked and bury them in the fucking, put them in the wood chipper. It's like, I don't know. There's something about, that does something to your aura. You know, when you do really bad shit, it leaves, you know, like kill somebody. It leaves, but the thing is, some people are attracted to that. You know, like Trump is hilariously funny, you know, like because he because he's a sadist, because he's a psychopath, because he doesn't take anything seriously, because he gets off scot-free. He can just laugh about anything, make fun of anybody. He's hostile towards everybody. He's a malignant narcissist. Like, just because he's funny, that's not necessarily a positive. Like, where does that come from? Because he insults people, because he's an asshole, because he judges people, judges women on their bodies. You know, a lot of these emails are about, she's got nice legs, but that's what he says about Marla Maple. He talks about his baby. She just had a baby, Tiffany. It's like, she's got nice legs like her mother, but we haven't seen if her tits are going to come out. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's talking about his baby. I don't care. I ate a baby last week. I sacrificed the baby. We pulled this baby apart like it was a fucking rotisserie chicken at the Epstein ranch. I was like, I've had too much baby. I'm full. I've had enough baby blood. Baby shit. I've eaten enough baby shit for the week. I'm ready to go back to host The Apprentice now. I've had enough of, you know, forcing teenage, you know, prepubescent sex slaves to fucking against their will. I'm ready to go back and be on The View. I don't know. I mean, dark side. It's the dark side. Hold on, I gotta turn my heater up real fast. I mean, I encourage people to fucking go and read what's out there, because if true, wow, big if true. I mean, I know none of it will ever affect Trump. There won't be any justice from that. If there's going to be justice for Trump, he'll probably just die naturally soon, or they'll poison him or something. You can feel them, I think, kind of like pushing him out. I don't know. I think they're a little curious to see, because he could be useful for certain things. Like if Trump he might drop a nuke. He would do it. I think he would do it. If they told him, like, hey, we need to drop a nuke on Iran, I think he would do it. Under the right, if the wind was blowing the right way, he really responds to, like, what was it, the protesters or something? There was some reason why he backed off of something, because it was like they have all these protesters, or like they're killing the protesters. I think he didn't like that or something. He's old enough, he's fucking crazy enough, he's irritable enough, and he's I mean, like I said, I don't really think these files will lead to, I mean, maybe he'll get impeached and removed. That's a best case scenario, I think. A lot of these other countries, the presidents go to jail. Like, isn't Bolsonaro in jail right now? It's like normal. It's like, oh, this guy's in jail, then he gets out, then the other. It's about time we have that in America. We'll put Trump in jail, and then, AOC or whatever will be the next. Gavin Newsom. Trump and Gavin Newsom. And then it'll switch. Then Newsom will be in jail, then Trump will be president. Hopefully he dies before they solve, like, immortality or, like, reverse aging, stem cell type shit. No likes. 82 minutes. Is that what that says? Well, this has been, I don't know, this is like a scary story version. This, we're talking about some real dark shit. Catherine O'Hara died. That came out of nowhere. She was young. 71 is, like, pretty young. And there still really is no information about it. We don't really know. It said she had a short illness. I mean, I don't know what that means. That could be any number of things. But anyway, I mean, Catherine O'Hara might be the greatest, actually. I mean, quite frankly, she's the Meryl Streep of comedy, if you ask me. And, I mean, is there anybody better, longer, worked with everybody, and was always great? She's just one of those Second City people. I don't know. They have a peculiar touch. I've tried to put my finger on it. Her and Eugene Levy and John Candy, they all just have a very peculiar watchability, but it's, I don't know. There's something about it that's, it's not like method acting, it's not, and it's not overacting, but it feels very, watchable, and like I don't know, it's just amazing to me, the SCTV, how many characters they created. What's up? How many, specific, all the Catherine O'Hara characters are so different. The physicality, the voices. And so all the way through, like from SCTV, she was always a big deal in my house. Home Alone, I mean, come on, she's the mom in Home Alone, but she was never really, like, famous like Julia Roberts or Meryl Streep or Roseanne or something. She did host Saturday Night Live. Huggy has been posting clips from the Catherine O'Hara, and it's like, she's the ultimate, like, sketch comedy actress. I mean, her and Gilda Radner maybe are the two, but Apparently, she was Gilda Radner's understudy at Second City, which I find kind of mystical. And Gilda Radner, I do think, is kind of unmatched in a way among like female sketch comedians. I hate to say that, but like Gilda Radner has a kind of, I don't know, shine, brightness that I don't think anybody else. And there's some, I mean, I love Jan Hooks. I love Heidi Gardner, Maya Rudolph. I like Anna Gasteyer. She's okay. That new girl on Saturday Night Live is Ashley Padilla or whatever. She's pretty good. I like Kate McKinnon to some degree. Um, Tina Fey is okay. Amy Poehler, good. Cherry O'Terry, okay. Uh, Mary Gross, got to shout out Mary Gross. The Mad TV, they were the ones that really had, Nicole Sullivan and Wanda, whatever, who was I don't remember the African American woman's name. And then Mel or something, Mo, there was the taller woman, Mo something. She was on Arrested Development. She was really good. But, I mean, Catherine O'Hara, kind of the best, actually, I think. Andrea Martin, of course. But Andrea Martin's a little, I don't know. She's a little more out there. In a cool way. I love that. I love Andrea Martin. But Catherine O'Hara has, like, segueing from the child rape, pedophile murder ring. It's child sacrifice. Breaking news. All of our world leaders involved in child murder and ritualistic. It's just not good enough for them to own everything and control all of our lives, and they're the most highly evolved of us, and they're initiated into the into being the cattle ranchers of the rest of us. They crack the whip. They tell us what to believe, how to live, how we're gonna live. Catherine O'Hara, Beetlejuice. She's in After Hours. Martin Scorsese, which I think is really interesting because my impression of the SCTV people is they felt like sort of outsiders who worship show business. SCTV is part of what makes that show work is they're so educated and smart and they get everything right. They're so specific about Play It Again, Bob Hope and Woody Allen, or, whatever, Casablanca or Polynesia Town, like endless specificity and Raging Bullbecue. And so they're kind of showbiz nerds in a way. And they're just in the middle of Canada. They're not in New York, like the beginning of SCTV, right? Is get the hell out of New York. Go back to fucking Winnipeg. The middle of bumfuck nowhere, freezing ass, cold, dark, 9 months out of the year Canada. Where they're just so focused on their material and what they're making. They're dialed in. And she carried, like I said, she wasn't really like a big star, really. I mean, I remember seeing her on Conan in the 90s or something. She wasn't, and she had been on The Tonight Show and stuff, but like, Catherine O'Hara wasn't necessarily like, I don't know, who would be good to compare her to? I don't know, Jessica Lange or something. Like, I think she was always like incredibly respected, and I think she's the best. It's kind of undeniable. Who compares? She's in all of the fucking Christopher Guest movies. There's nobody else that even does what she does. Nobody else goes toe to toe with Eugene Levy and Fred Willard and Dave Thomas and fucking John Candy and any of them. She's always fucking hilarious. She's always like likable, I think. She's in the fucking studio. which I didn't. I watched a little bit of, and I do remember being like, "Holy shit, Catherine O'Hara's in this." Good. I'm glad Catherine. I do think Schitt's Creek, in a weird way, which she's incredible in, but something about Schitt's Creek, maybe Dan Levy, I don't know, something about Schitt's Creek like gave Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara like a new kind of respect, a new level that I don't think they had quite. They were, I think they were always just kind of like appreciated and definitely like in the in crowd amongst like the top comedy, like intelligent comedy actors, artists. Like that's a small club. Martin Short, Steve Martin, um, John Candy when he was alive, maybe Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd, um, Martin Mull. Like really hip comedy people. Albert Brooks, Rob Reiner. I mean, Jesus Christ, what a fucking insane couple of months it's been. First Rob Reiner, then Bob Weir. Now Catherine O'Hara. I mean, maybe this is just boomer, cultural dominance is just like they made these really significant, iconic feeling people. But Catherine O'Hara, I mean, has been a mainstay of our light comedy culture for 40 plus years. I think she was supposed to be on Saturday Night Live, but she came and like didn't like it and went back. She was there for like a week or something in like 1980. She was supposed to be a cast member, and she came and she like was like, "This is not for me," and left. And she's in Night Before Christmas, for crying out loud. She's in Home Alone and Night Before Christmas. I mean, I think that's one thing that's admirable about those Second City actors is like they do just work. They're constantly making work. Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara pop up in tons of stuff over the years, in small parts and big parts. Best in Show, Cookie Fleckman. And I mean, she is this sort of grand doyen. I don't know. She had this kind of stature. I don't know if it was the clothes or what, but particularly this last decade. That's why it's so sad. Because it's like, it really felt like she was hot. She's on the studio. Now she's recognized as sort of this like matriarch, this grand dame. She's like the fucking, Helen Mirren or Judi Dench or something. She's like Duze. She's like this cultural towering umbrella of talent and just body of work, stature. Catherine O'Hara is comedy, but it's also, I don't know. She's like Marina Abramovich. I don't know. She's serious as an actor. It's like it's easy to think of her as like a theater, like kind of legend or something. She started out Second City, and I don't know, the body of work, the number of characters, the precision. In a lot of those roles, she's not trying to steal scenes or anything. Those scenes with Fred Willard, for crying out loud. It's like you're not going to steal a scene from Fred Willard, probably. But she's still hilarious and more than, I mean, some of those fucking scenes where they're doing Midnight at the Oasis, penis reduction surgery. Like, that's teamwork right there. That's teamwork. I don't know. I just needed to talk about something other than the Epstein files for a few minutes. I know you freaks out there want to hear more of the gory details. Jesus Christ. It really doesn't feel it's so dark and morbid. But it's like The Sopranos or something. It's like if you read about Tony Soprano's life in 4chan threads, it'd be like, Jesus Christ, they cut a guy's head off and put it in a bowling bag? Oh my God. That's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. That's probably how Trump thinks about it. It's just like, hey, it's a dirty job being a super predator. Sometimes you have to kill people and bury them on your golf course. I don't know. Who would you? Because you could dig that up. You know, it's like they could go and dig up Trump's golf course. It's like, in fact, golf courses, there's a lot of irrigation and, they're constantly shaping the terrain. I don't necessarily think it'd be the smartest place to bury a bunch of, teenagers, but maybe we should do some investigations. Can we get Kash Patel on this? Don't they want justice for the Epstein survivors? Pam Bondi, let's go. We're looking at you to fucking pursue justice. Lindsey Graham, come on. Senators. What the hell else has happened this week in the political fucking maelstrom? Well, he sort of backed down about the Minneapolis, right? Like he heard Bruce Springsteen's song and he's like, did he tweet about it? Hard to believe if Trump didn't tweet about Bruce Springsteen's song, but I thought it was okay, actually. I thought it was kind of interesting. It was better than most of the Bruce Springsteen original songs I've heard of since, like, The Rising. And maybe even better than The Rising. I didn't really like The Rising that much. Anything after Lucky Town. Not sure. But, Streets of Minneapolis. Well, he's kind of cannibalizing his own. He's referencing Streets of Philadelphia, sort of. I mean, he's always talking about streets. Back streets, Streets of Fire. Street is a familiar fucking cliche from the Springsteen catalog. On the Day We Sweated, Out in the Streets. Out in the Street, one of my favorite Springsteen songs. Streets of Minneapolis this time. Princess City, as Cornel West said. How dare they do this in Princess City? I'm kind of with him on that. How dare you do this shit in Princess City, you motherfuckers. By the healing waters of Lake Minnetonka. You icy motherfuckers. We need Paisley Park to come back and just stop all this madness. I've been obsessed with the song Raspberry Beret. It was my way into Prince, Raspberry Beret, because my friend Jake wanted to do it, and so I learned how to play it, and I realized, oh, this is kind of just a rock and roll song. Like, it kind of felt like a Springsteen song, it kind of felt like a Beatles song. The lyrics are amazing. It's storytelling. There's a lot of funky rhymes and rhythms and things in it. The imagery is incredible. It's really poetry. Something about the clouds and her mixed. Raspberry Beret. I mean, it's so psychedelic and colorful and juicy and feminine. And it really encapsulates a character that's like, oh, amazing. Raspberry Beret. And so anyway, Streets of Minneapolis. It's sort of like a Dylan song. I think it is a Dylan song. It's sort of like Chimes of Freedom. I think it's the same melody as Chimes of Freedom. But it's written like Hurricane. It's all these very specific details and names. I thought it was pretty good for like a sort of, you know, TV dinner. I mean, it's good. The poets are talking about it. I mean, the poetry reading I went to on Wednesday, it's like, yeah, there was a lot of uh, lyricism about Minneapolis. People telling the story, people responding, which I like. People don't really do that on Mondays as much. There's not as much. There's a little bit, but it's not really like. I wish there was more, but uh, Springsteen fucking wrote a song about it, recorded it, and I saw these videos of him in Minneapolis playing it. Tom Morello was there, rallying the fucking troops in the wars of art, the culture wars. So yeah, I thought it was Trump's army or something, King Trump. It's kind of corny, but it sounded better than a lot of the shit he's made recently. It had a nice sound to it. His voice sounds young. Not that that really matters, but there's some good rhymes in it, and he mentions the people by name, which I think is important. So it reminded me of the Hurricane song or like Hattie Carroll or something, where it was like an immediate response, or like there was a lot of factual detail or kind of like newspaper quality to it. It felt like a article or something, but who knows? It's like a lot of those John Lennon songs are like that. John Sinclair, or he wrote a lot of songs that were like protest journalism pieces that are like responding Sunday Bloody Sunday or Attica or State or some shit. Uh, I don't know. A lot of people don't remember those songs or care about them. They weren't recorded that well, but like they seemed important to John Lennon. It was sort of an unexpected thing or something in the 70s. He like had all these kind of shitty like protest songs about yippies or whatever, obscure countercultural kind of identification. He was trying to be like the hippest of the hip, I think. And I don't know, something became a little more crummy about it. But I think that was part of his intention. He was trying to, like run it off like a newspaper. It was meant to be an immediate kind of like black and white and red all over newsprint kind of experience. It wasn't meant to be fucking Strawberry Fields Forever or whatever. It wasn't meant to be like this sumptuous, like sound painting. It's meant to be more like tin cans on a jail bars or something. Yoko screaming. Everybody hates it. Why is she there? Why did you leave the Beatles for that? What are you, out of your mind? You just hate the human race? You want to take this away from the human race? Okay, what else? I mean, to get back into the there was a little bit of discussion. I don't know if this has gotten, maybe if you touch grass. See, to me, it's so cold outside that I'm just so like, it's just kind of like literally yesterday it was 0 degrees. It's like, I guess I could go someplace. There was some things going on, but 0 degrees? Fuck, it didn't even get that cold last year. I went out to get some kind of chicken fry thing, and it wasn't that cold, but um, am I just sheltering myself from real life? I don't know. Am I too comfortable? You got to leave your comfort zone. Why even worry about how cold it is? It's Friday night. Just go. Be with people while you still can. What the hell did I even do last night? I took 2 edibles, and I think I couldn't really remove myself from the couch. I did karaoke for 3 hours. I don't. Some people watched. I was doing vocal practice. People who are trying to practice be singers, just do karaoke from your phone. Just turn your phone on karaoke and just sing along with it. It's a great way to do vocal practice. So anyway, there was this discussion on the internet about why don't Gen Z people know about pop culture icons like millennials. We thought it was like our responsibility to like learn everything about things that happened, like the Beatles, right? Like I was never alive at any point even close to like when the Beatles were around. But that's just one example. It's like a lot of my life I feel like has been like learning cultural reference points that like now are totally obsolete. So I could talk to boomers basically. So I could talk to my parents or understand what the hell, that was how you were filtering the world is like I don't know. The discussion is why is that? Why don't Gen Z learn this stuff? Not that they don't know the Beatles, but it's like does Gen Z give a fuck? And this is something Bill Maher complains about is they don't know anything. He complains about it constantly. Gen Z, they don't care. They don't care who Lyndon Johnson was, or they don't care about anything before fucking vape. Anything before Bieber. It's just like throw it in the trash. I mean, I don't know how true that is. I think it's like there definitely was a disavowal of any kind of like most of Western culture because it was like white guys or whatever. So in that sense, it's like, yeah, does Gen Z read, you know, The Sun Also Rises or fucking Faulkner, or does Gen Z read, I don't know, Nathaniel Hawthorne, or maybe they do. A lot of it's probably looked on as cringe, Sigma. Uh, but I think, well, I mean, with the disruption of the legacy media too, it's like our concept of what is important, I think, is is completely like destroyed. It's like what did they say? The oldest movie on Netflix is The Sting from 1973, or one of these goddamn services. Maybe not Netflix. I'm not sure. I think I heard that the other day. The oldest movie on Netflix is The Sting from 1973. Or there's like, there's no interest, I don't think, in young people in probably like seeing Citizen Kane, probably for instance. Like there's no sense, the Sight and Sound poll has changed twice in the last 2 decades, whereas it was Citizen Kane forever, from like 1961 to like 2011, I think. The number one movie of all time was Citizen Kane, at least until 91. They do this poll every 10 years, right? The Sight and Sound poll. And Citizen Kane was universally acknowledged to be like the number one film of all time by whoever was alive, deciding those polls, the white males, the white male directors who were identifying with Orson Welles. They decided it was, and then it became Vertigo, which was a little bit more of like a feminine choice, I feel like, and a little bit more of like a queer choice or something. It's a little more sumptuous and mysterious and strange, and It's not like, you know, the thing that drives Vertigo is like the vibes. It's not necessarily like there is a narrative, and the narrative of it is mysterious and poetic and understandable. It's not as audience friendly as like Psycho is. It doesn't have the blood and guts, really. It's got a little bit of thrills and, you know, people falling off roofs and shit. And, you know, the kind of weird, scary, like Vertigo effect has kind of like a weird theatrical, gimmicky quality to it in a way. It's almost like 3D or something. It's like, whoa, look, Jimmy Stewart's like freaking out because he's afraid of heights because of his trauma or whatever. But then it became Chantal Ackerman. The last time they did the poll, it was Chantal Ackerman. Whatever that movie is, 10. It's like an address or something. I don't know exactly what it's called. Gene Dealman, right? It's the number one movie of all time. I don't even think Citizen Kane is on the fucking list. I don't remember, but not that people use this as an example. I'm just using it as an example because maybe kids do watch Citizen Kane, but when I was a fucking teenager, I was watching Citizen Kane a lot. I watched it a lot. I had books about it. I fucking read about it. But the thing is, it's actually a good movie. Like, this is what people like. That's kind of scary. That's been lost. It's like it is an entertaining movie. It's very charming. I've watched it probably as much as just about any movie, to be honest. And it's not because it's like a great film where like you're learning about cinema and shit. Like you had to read all these books to kind of understand why it was groundbreaking. They pioneered a lot of the sound design was different. A lot of the optical printing in it was new. The lighting, the way they were blocking the scenes, the you could see the ceilings. The Greg Toland cinematography was a huge part of it. The depth of field was new. Every movie in the 1930s is back and forth, shallow depth of field. It's on a set. You never see the goddamn ceilings. Citizen Kane made film into this painting with light. It became much more about chiaroscuro. I think he was influenced by comic books. That's my personal. I think he was influenced by Batman or something. Because if you look at Citizen Kane, it's almost like a Batman comic. The kind of shadows and the way he films that kind of New York, I don't know, and evokes it. And so there's a lot of things in Citizen Kane that are like technically groundbreaking. In addition to it just being a really interesting, profoundly relevant. This movie continues to be relevant. You know, it would behoove people to watch it because it says a lot about Elon Musk and Twitter and Trump even. Any kind of political. Kane is this outsized American archetype. And the script is very interesting. The way it's told through multiple perspectives of people who knew him. It's framed within this kind of, not that that was necessarily new to have it framed within this kind of journalistic newspaper, but he's a newspaper man, so it makes sense that these newspaper guys are trying to get this story to find out what the fuck Rosebud was. And the Rosebud thing, I think it's a gimmick, but it remains a touchstone for people to understand our Freudian. It encapsulates the Freudian. He's happy when he's a little kid and his toy is Rosebud. And Rosebud is sort of a metaphor for his family and his mom, and before he became this rich scion of, the wealth and world kind of titan figure where he's trying to fill this hole, right? He's trying to fill, I mean, it's a little bit reductive, but like it tells the story of psychological 20th century Freudian understanding of why people do what they do. Like he's fucked up because of his childhood trauma. Rosebud, his Star Wars toys. His Star Wars toys got given away to poor children, and he'll forever be pining for Yoda, the Sarlacc pit and Jabba the Hutt. No, Rosebud is his sled, right? His beloved sled. But uh is that corny? I guess it is. It's a piece of shit to Gen Z. They'd rather watch fucking Nolan or whatever. Batman, whatever the one with Heath Ledger, whichever one that was. I can't. What is the difference? There's Batman Begins, there's Dark Knight Returns, and then there's another one. I don't remember, but it's like, which one fucking has Heath Ledger? I don't even know. The Dark Knight? Is it the Dark Knight? I don't know. The one with Heath Ledger. Nolan is like the only thing anybody gives a fuck about, or maybe Wolf of Wall Street. You know, like the knowledge of like film, even people that have like cultivated cinema taste does not really include Citizen Kane. Citizen Kane is not really like vibes. It's like a literate movie. The dialogue is going constantly. It's charming. It's a charming film. It's funny. There's a lot of truth in it. There's a lot of great characters. Leland. Great acting, great portrayals. You get to see the whole Mercury Theater Company. You know, Wells was like an American. He sort of came out of like this Art Deco. He was friends with Edwin Denby and Rudy Burkhart. And Horsey's Hat, which was a Mercury Theater production. I think Edwin Denby wrote the book or something. And so I do think he was aesthetically very high-minded and aware of what was going on. And I think Citizen Kane is like postmodern, actually. In a lot of ways. The way it's like self-referential, it's a frame within a frame. It's a complicated puzzle. You know, I think Orson Welles liked that. He liked these movies that are kind of like Touch of Evil, Lady from Shanghai. He liked these ornate. But it's also very accessible. You know, to me, Citizen Kane is not like a boring movie in a weird way. It's kind of, I think that's what's sad, is like it doesn't seem to be looked at that way. It just is looked at as like, why was this ever considered good? This thing, it's dated maybe, or the things that it does were so normalized, or like they're just so far in the past that, you know, it's not a movie that really gets by on like charismatic, like it's not a Charlie Chaplin movie, it's not a Buster Keaton movie, like it doesn't get by on, like, it's not a Marx Brothers movie. A lot of those older movies that survive get by on these kind of charismatic, you know, It Happened One Night or something. It's Clark Gable. You know, Citizen Kane, it's like none of them are really, I mean, Orson Welles is a movie star, kind of. He's a movie star for like smart people. He's not like, you know, George Clooney or something, really. He's not like Clark Gable. He's not it's more just like it does everything in kind of an interesting way and in a new way. And it all serves the project. And you know, there's a lot of depth in that movie. There's a lot of information in that movie. There is a lot of like aesthetic. You know, Vertigo or something like that. I don't know. I think that Vertigo, a lot more of that stuff is implicit. You know, Vertigo, most of the movie is like silent. There's long sequences where nobody talks. You know, there's no narration. There's no. There's no weird framing device. It's like it's pretty linear narrative, really, in a lot of ways. I think there maybe is like a flashback, or it starts with like a him like chasing the guy over the roofs or whatever. I don't know. It's been a long way. I've never seen Gene Dealman, so I think that's a good. I think the audience has shifted. Well, now maybe there's more of like a feminine, like maybe those are all masculine. Whatever it was that made Citizen Kane be the fucking movie for 6 decades, and then it changed. Um, is that the post-war stability? That's the post-war world order that's falling apart now. I mean, I think the internet shifted it for one thing, just like the aesthetics. Now people kind of like, and it's sort of more acknowledged that they like films that are a little more uh, laid back. Not everything has to be narrative. Um, Something can be more like a Chantal Ackerman thing, where it's. I mean, like I said, I haven't seen that Gene Dealman movie, so I guess I can't really comment on it. But I do think that we lived under boomer. This is another example of their kind of like cultural dominance. Is like we did live under their whatever they thought was cool, basically, and in a certain way we still haven't quite escaped it. So when I was a kid, it was like our culture was de facto like the and maybe that's how it always is, but like things like the music of our parents, even films of our, you had to see The Graduate, or you had to know what your parents were talking about. You had to learn. You had to know who W.C. Fields was, or the Marx Brothers, or I mean, maybe that was just my tendency is to want to learn about, like I remember my dad showed us Marx Brothers in a nutshell. It was like a compilation video that they made probably in the 80s or something. We got it from the library when I was like, 6 or 7 or 8 or something. And I liked it. I went and I got more of their movies and I watched them. As an 8-year-old or whatever, I'm watching a movie from I tried to watch The Coconuts from 1929. It's like, what did I get out of that? I remember they didn't have the actual cover. It was like a pink cover that they type wrote The Coconuts on it, 1929, because it was the Grandview Library. They had some weird. They had Dorf on Golf. There was a. I don't know. Is that like we wanted to connect with our parents? Is that was just like their culture was what was established, and that's what I remember one of my earliest memories of movie anything is for some reason or somehow we rented Animal House from West Coast Video or Suncoast Video. There was a video store. There's a CVS there now on Fifth Avenue and I think Broadview. There was like a watchmaker, and then there was the video store. And they had video games. We'd rent a video game, and we'd rent a movie. And I remember getting Barton Fink. I remember seeing Barton Fink when I was like 6 or 7. And we rented Animal House. And one of my earliest heroes, the scene where John Belushi does Louie Louie. I just wanted to see that for some reason. Even back then, I liked frat rock music. It was the best music for some reason. Louie Louie, John Belushi doing Louie Louie. I don't know. For some reason, that was like huge for me at 5 years old. But it's like that is boomer culture. I don't know. That's not like watching, I don't know, DuckTales or something. Something my parents would know nothing about. Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers or Tailspin or Darkwing Duck or which is also stuff that I watched. You know, I watched fucking Spider-Man and X-Men on Fox cartoons before the fucking Hugh Jackman movies. Um, so I don't know. I mean, the internet just gives everybody every fucking answer for everything now. It's like you don't have to know anything. It's just like, oh, just look it up. Or, I mean, why don't young people care about the past? I think part of it is like the books are gone. You know, like if you go to a library now, it's like all of the old books are gone. They just get rid of them. They just think they're junk. Or they put them in a book depository, I guess, probably. All of the books at the library are like new. Pretty much. Even like classics, it's like they'll get some new fucking edition of it. It's like, I mean, I guess you can learn about old stuff in from any book, but like, and this is a continual process, I guess, but it does feel like our world just wants to throw all the old shit away. And I'm losing all my viewers. Oh, am I too high? Fuck. I did do an edible, and I have. Well, no, I think this is why does Gen Z not give a fuck about the past? I think they're just ignorant about everything. They don't know how to read. That's part of it. Everything's a fucking video game. They're playing video games. Video games didn't exist in the past. Anything they're going to learn about the past, they're going to learn through like Assassin's Creed. Or like Call of Duty historical version. Apparently Epstein played Call of Duty. Did people see this? He got banned from Xbox Live because he's a sex offender. They found out he was a sex offender and he's banned from Xbox Live. People got excited when they found out he was banned from Xbox Live, and they're like, well, what'd he do? He probably went real hard and fucking said some racist shit. Can you imagine Epstein on fucking Xbox Live saying fucking the N-word to a 12-year-old or a 6-year-old? He probably loved it. Epstein probably loved being able to communicate with children through fucking simulated combat. He probably thought, yep, everything is working according to plan. We've got all the extremely young kids on Xbox Live. Saying fucking, God knows what over the headset to serial predators like fucking Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. I'm shook. I am shook by these Epstein files. Is that nuts to say? I know this is like uncharacteristic. People know that I was kind of like an Epstein skeptic, I would say. Not that I didn't think he wasn't fucking gross and like shouldn't be in jail for the rest of his life and like indicative of like some kind of dark. I just thought it was not what people thought it was. I didn't think it was the Clintons, like, and Chris Tucker or whatever. Like, and Bill Gates and Matt Groening. Oh, Matt Groening from the fucking Simpsons is a huge pedo. I guess maybe he is. He's got a bunch of kids or something. He like adopted like all these kids or something. I don't know. There's some weird creepy shit with Matt Groening. I don't really know exactly, but was Matt Groening on the island? Apparently he went to Epstein's island. This is something that happened. The creator of The Simpsons has been to the island. So we're disappointed. Let's just say we're disappointed. In any case, no one's watching. I'm being shadow banned because I'm talking too much fucking truth. Well, I wanted to jump around a little bit. I didn't just want to dwell on the Epstein. It makes me sick to even fucking talk about it, to be honest. I feel like now we're all like aware of this and like, oh my god, it's dark. Is this normal? What kind of people do this? I imagine there's not that many people on planet Earth that are doing this type of shit, but maybe there's somebody in every fucking town doing this. People have fucking immoral appetites. So, I don't know. I'm stunned. I'm flip-flopping on the Epstein files. I think let's expose these fucking pedos, all of them. Elon, arrest Elon. Arrest him. He went to the island. He was mentioned. He was chomping at the bit. Show me your wildest parties, Epstein. You know what he thought that meant. He wanted to. I really think it's bad that Elon Musk owns Twitter. The shit he's showing us on Twitter is really harmful. It's really not. He's promoting racism. He's trying to create racism through fucking Twitter. I'm surprised there's so much shit about the Epstein files. In a way, I don't know. In a way, not. I mean, that's what's so fucking weird about it is like they're saying, right, that like this alt-right culture was created by, it's a psyop. The whole fucking thing is a psyop. They created it. You know, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were on fucking 4chan and Reddit and shit. And that stuff in the early 2010s or whatever, when they were doing it, was like still this kind of like weird frontier of the internet where there was racism and you could say anything, and it wasn't really like the dark web, but it was like, you know, that was the appeal of it, I think, it was like a place where anything goes, and you know, there's some chilling. I remember my brother's ex-wife was sort of into 4chan. I forget why, but I started to get on 4chan a little bit. You know, people kind of look at it with this horrid kind of amusement. Like, oh my god, 4chan is insane, but, you know, that was way before Trump became president. When it became sort of more of a grave responsibility to like figure out, wait a minute, what it went mainstream. You know, it went from being this sort of fringe wingnut. You know, Trump was a recentering of conspiracy. That was when like the conspiracy took over. That was when the legacy media became illegitimate, and anything the New York Times said or NBC became fake news. NPR, and it became, you know, more normal and more fun to just like shoot your mouth off about the moon landing was fake, the earth is flat, the vaccine is a chip. Are you out of your mind? Maybe they were right. They were right about the Epstein files, but like in the wrong way. You know, like they thought it was Hillary's emails. Turns out the real Hillary's emails were the Epstein files. Hillary emails were the Epstein files the whole time. All the shit they accused Hillary's emails of being about are actually in the Epstein files. Shit about pizza, shit about child sacrifice, but it's not Podesta and fucking, it's Howard Lutkin. It's the current secretary of the fucking whatever, Treasury or whatever he is. I'm not exactly sure what the fuck he, oh man. Oh, that's what that noise is. So they just installed this like music outside of this fucking restaurant across the street that they play like when they're open, I guess. And it's like, I don't know. It's like Weather Channel music. It's like smooth jazz. And that's what that is. I can hear it from over here. I can hear it from all the way over here. You hear that? I don't know if you can really hear that, but they're playing fucking smooth jazz. That's pretty obnoxious, to be honest. They should probably rethink that. Okay, let me check my notes here. Some other things I need to talk about. I think I kind of got a lot of my Epstein. We still haven't really cracked why. Uh, and I'll talk about wrestling. Maybe I'll talk about wrestling too, since no one's watching. When no one's watching, I can just talk about whatever I want to talk about. Should I get a new fucking? Let me see if I get a new angle for everybody, just to shake things up a little bit, just make it exciting. I wish there was a way I could just attach this to this chair like this. What the hell was I gonna say? No one's watching. It doesn't matter. Was it about the Epstein thing, or should I just start talking about wrestling? I feel like there was some other political thing I needed to say really fast, because this is so important that I speak out about this. See, the thing is, I wouldn't say, I mean, I do mention things in my poetry. I don't necessarily write like poems that are totally centered around specific political things, because that's what I do on this. This is sort of like my political poetry, if you will. I guess it's not as effective as political poetry is, but to me, it's like this is my documentary poetics, sort of trying to put all the pieces together. Conspiracy think, right? That's what I was talking about. The shift in 2016, 2017 between what was legitimate, what was illegitimate, and the legacy media is sort of becoming the enemy and stale, outdated. And it was just peculiar because they had the ultimate wedge against that, which was social media and tech, and everything sort of migrating into Instagram or YouTube or whatever, streaming apps, and that all worked in Trump's favor. Podcasts, or they got into that space. They were just smarter about moving into that space and understanding that there was more power there than in the legacy media. The legacy media suddenly, they feel like a part of the Epstein thing. They feel like, oh, they're part of the fucking system that was like pedophiles and child sacrificers, and like, we're tearing that down. We're tearing down the fucking government, the legacy media, the institutions that no longer serve us, that are evil, that are, Hollywood, and power to the people in a way through things like this, live streams, social media accounts. I don't know. I mean, it does seem like Gen Z is hyper propagandized to believe that like everything old just sucks. And so they, it's always a contest for like to the new among young people. It is about like what's the newest hot thing, what is the youngest thing, what is like what's the cutting edge thing. The young people need to be like that's what trends are, and that's what cool is like where is it happening? Where did they figure out what the cool sound is? That sounds like now. That sounds like, the future. Who's got buzz? Who's got, subculture going on or something? I think they turned the music off. Maybe they listened to me. But I mean, to some degree, the digital, like, especially like the glut of the social media culture is there's so much of it. It's like you probably could, and even, I mean, you're really in the immediate now, where it's like you're literally watching people's day. You're watching their get ready with me video. You're watching stuff that's like so up to the minute. It's like you're not waiting for some magazine to come out. You're not waiting for something to happen on TV on like one of three channels. It's like you could be on Twitter all day just reading Twitter. You're more it's easier to do that than to sit around like reading a book. Or apparently kids can't even watch movies anymore. They said there were two different articles. One was no one can read a book. Oxford says their students can't read a book. And now some film professor said the kids can't even sit through a whole fucking movie. They don't have the attention span for it. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that's entirely their choice. It's like they have brain rot or whatever because they've had goddamn phones their whole lives. And they receive everything that way through like TikTok videos or live streams or watching fucking gamer live streams. I mean, watching people play video games online, is there anything less educational? Like, are you going to learn a goddamn thing about anything watching people play video games online? Like, maybe. Am I way wrong about this? Is like watching video games online like really edifying and gonna prepare you for life? I don't know. Maybe. Are they gonna get you laid? How long am I gonna go? It's been 2 hours and 22 minutes of truth. Of Epstein truther. I'm an Epstein truther now. I'm QAnon now, everybody. I've gone QAnon. Okay, we got kind of a nice shot there. Okay, we got a little bit of a street there. Nice. Okay. It's better. That's some production value. That's some Vince McMahon quality production for everybody. Vince McMahon's my hero. I've been studying Vince McMahon for some reason. Well, he's sort of tangentially related to the Trump. It's like, did Vince McMahon, he took a shit on somebody's head. Is Vince McMahon as big of a degenerate or more of a big degenerate than Trump? He probably would have loved to have gone to the island. They wouldn't invite him. Don't invite Vince McMahon. Epstein tells Trump, do not invite Vince McMahon. He's a Gentile. He's trash. He's low class. I don't know. But I remember one of the first videotapes I rented when I got back into wrestling in 1997 or whatever, 7, 8. We went to this video store in Hilliard. I forget what it was called. It was next to a Jersey Mike's, which was like rare for Columbus. They didn't really have that. And we rented WrestleMania 4. Which the premise of WrestleMania 4 was there was some kind of illegitimate title change, and the title was vacated. I think it was Andre the Giant and something. Heenan was involved. And so they were going to have a tournament, and the tournament was going to crown the new champion. And it was Macho Man ended up winning. Macho Man Randy Savage. But Hulk Hogan, I don't think, was there or something. He didn't wrestle. So as a kid, I felt, oh, I want to see Hulk Hogan, you know. But they held WrestleMania 4 at Trump Taj Mahal in fucking Atlantic City. So there's all these shots of Trump. Trump's there. Trump and Vince McMahon are buddies going way back. Maybe even to the 70s, but definitely the 80s. They are sort of birds of a feather. And so that doesn't really bode well for Vince McMahon, I would say. I mean, Trump is a real fucking piece of shit. If Vince McMahon is even half of what Trump is, then he's like a real bad person. I mean, I do think maybe I don't know. He's done some bad shit, I think. Should we talk about wrestling now? I do want to get to the bottom of why Gen Z are so idiotic. Why don't they know anything? Why don't they care? They can't even watch a fucking movie. They're just gooning all day. Their brains are atrophying. We're devolving. Our senses are are not being exercised, and so we can't read. We can't tell what's true or not. We're duped by any fucking video on the fucking internet we see. AI is coming. There's going to be deep fakes that are believable. There already kind of are. Some of these pictures are already pretty believable that are AI. I think I heard AI started its own social media app. AI has become sentient enough and independent enough that it started its own social media network that human beings are not allowed on. The AI that has its own, that's kind of scary. Well, I do think that our phones are almost like having another sense. They are almost like telepathic, or you just have a field of vision and in a multi-polarity of vision, a myriad of points of view that are projecting you into so many realities at once, firsthand. If you're on TikTok, it extends your reality field and your field of communication. And so I think these phones are almost they are the evolution in a way. And they're vestigial, they're external. We're outsourcing our anatomy, essentially. But it's phones have caused a whole new kind of perception that's almost like a sixth sense or a seventh sense or an eighth sense, where it's now, look, think about how fucking normal it is to videotape yourself, look at yourself on videotape, hear yourself. It's there's a fucking camera designed to look back at you now that is a regular appendage, basically. So it's almost like you've got a self-consciousness you didn't have before. Because you're constantly filming or being aware of being filmed or thinking about posting shit. There's a whole other layer there. In reality. But it's also just the hardware of it, what it does, the way it kind of extends, having a fucking, an extension device where it's you can literally talk and FaceTime with anybody on the planet immediately, pretty much from anywhere. It's no longer having a payphone, a phone at your house, and then you're out in the world alone. It's You're now suddenly in network and within reach and almost like accompanied. You're almost like accompanied at all times through the crowd of like social media. The way that social media is like this constant audience, this constant kind of like party. Social media, it's like people are bringing you into their vacations, their travel, their life timeline. Now you're just like a witness to the whole fucking like narrative, everything they fucking do, where they go. In a way that, like, 40 years ago they would have been totally blind to that. And it's like now there's this whole new mode of sight that's revealed. We're inundated, there's with images of everything everybody's doing all over town, all over the country, all over the world. Everybody you ever knew, people you grew up with, people you went to school with, people you went to college with, people you met at a party one fucking time. Now you're going to know all their fucking business for the rest of your life. How are we going to psychically adjust to that? How are our nervous systems going to adjust to the barrage of just like shock, stimulation, fear? Well, particularly because that seems to be how the creators of it want to use it. They want to use it as like these shock collars of polarizing everybody, triggering everybody. The emotion drives the engagement. They're giving you firsthand knowledge of your own life that you didn't know was out there. Look at what these people were doing. Look what you missed. Look at this fun thing that's happening that you're not a part of. Look at, or whatever, jealousy, envy. It's like you're shocked when you like see, if you were to like witness somebody like cheating on you, for instance, it would be like very shocking. It would be hard on your like nervous system. Be like, oh my God. It feels to me like social media is trying to get that kind of feeling out of everybody all the time. Like, look at this. Look what these people are doing. That you're not there, and like, oh my God. Here, look at it. Here's a picture of it. Right in your face. It's the first thing you're going to see in your feed. Okay, what else the fuck do I need to talk about? No one's listening. Doesn't matter. It's 8:17. I gotta get some food. Maybe I'll do 3. So I don't know. It's like it's there's growing pains with that. It's like the human race is there's a new appendage growing. It just like retrieves everything for us. The phone just like bam, whatever it is, just deliver it. I think there is a lot of like sort of fake solidarity with the food delivery people in the city. Like the New Yorker cover just had like a food delivery people in like the fucking blizzard. It's like, well, it was kind of a privileged, cozy person's view of what it's like to be like, look, these guys are out there in the hell. You know, it's freezing, it's wet, it's icy, and you know, these New Yorker cover artists are just like at home ordering the food and shit, waiting for the delivery, and well, I do think it's good that apparently now they're going to get $21 an hour or something. Mamdani or somebody now it's like the food delivery service has to pay them $21 an hour plus tips. So, you know, as long as they're, you know, that's not a bad amount of money. I mean, it's a horrible thing they have to do, but uh, I'm sure there's some excitement to it riding around those e-bikes around the city, but there, you know, that could be a good amount of money. That could be a good chunk of change. So I guess that's the point. Is there, whatever helps them not to be exploited. If they make, if they were making $7 an hour to do that or something, it would be colonizer, colonizer mindset. Oh, maybe I'll just get on now. This is pointless. Just sad and pointless. What am I going to do when I turn my live stream off? I guess I'll need to work on something. Well, maybe I'll read a poem. I did post my whole fucking birthday reading to TikTok. It's 18 minutes. And I posted it on here. Not that many people watched it, which is no big deal. I didn't really promote it or anything, but I was gonna try. This is something I've wanted to try for a while, but I saw this video of Mark Duplass talking about when you write a first draft of a screenplay, he doesn't write it down on paper. He talks it into a tape recorder because it's easier, and it's just like it's easier to tell the story, and he doesn't want to have to think about formatting and blah blah blah. It's like that's how I've wanted to do it for a while. Um, like if I could use this to write the story, you know, this is basically how I would do it. Not necessarily on video, but like talking through it. Because to be honest, I don't really think writing a film is like writing, to be honest. I don't know. It's just like people reading a screenplay is such like an unsatisfying. I don't know. I don't know. Everything has to be so, that's the typical way to do it. Is everything is just so streamlined. That's the style, I guess. But if you're telling a story, it's like I think that might actually be a better way to like write a first draft of a thing. Is just to be like, here's because it's like you'll come up with inventive stuff, inventive beats, things that could happen. You won't be mired in the like interior, soda shop day and having to write out the fucking, nuts and bolts and finer points of like whatever the hell the diagram for the people who are going to make the movie is going to be. You can just kind of like get into what the story is and maybe that's so now my wrist is all fucked up, so it's like I I gotta learn to write some other way. I don't know. I think it's getting better. Um, so the piece I read on Monday, I don't know, it's become kind of an annual tradition, or at least for the last 2 years, to do a big set on the Monday of my birthday. I mean, it literally was my birthday last year. It was my 40th birthday. And this year it was my birthday at midnight. So it's like, plus we're starting earlier. So it's like I kind of had the time because I wasn't sure how that was going to go. We're trying with the open mic to open the doors at 7 and start at 7:30. But, to be honest, a lot of people like going later. I don't know. A lot of people message me saying, "Hey, I won't be there till 8:30 or 9 or something." So I don't know. So I was like, I probably have a little time to kind of figure to. I didn't start until like 7:45 or something, so I started a little late, and so my set didn't actually end until 8:15 or something, which uh was kind of a late start. Like we did kind of get a late start, but um, I did do my poem was about 20 minutes, and I did a few other minutes, just kind of like before that, just kind of riffing or whatever. So I don't know if I did it half an hour, but the half an hour thing is kind of a joke. The idea is I'm just doing 20. I'm doing like an extended opening. Normally I do 10 minutes, but it's usually less. I try to do 10 minutes at the beginning of the show to warm people up. Although I never really like nail it. It's very rare that I go up and like kill. I just kind of go up and try to break the ice. I try to be a little clumsy. I don't want to upstage everybody. Just kidding. My opening was a little awkward in times. But it's like, I don't know. If you go out there, I really went out with no plan, and I guess I could have planned it a little better, but I knew that I wanted to read this poem and sort of get back to that. I haven't read a poem in the new theater, and I had this poem in my green notebook that was like, I don't know, I was pleased with and felt like it wanted to be read. And it felt like it was about it. It was an easy because I could have gone up and just like improvised for 20 minutes. Maybe that would have been more because that's what I did last year on my 40th birthday. I did a 20-minute set where I think I did maybe 15 minutes of talking, 20 minutes of talking, and then I did like a few minutes of like music thing. And so this year, I don't know, for some reason, I don't know. I just wanted to read the long poem, I guess. I'm kind of into long poems, and it felt like an opportunity. If I had a reading, maybe I would have done it there, but I don't know. It felt like it fit the theatricality of the space. I'm trying to do new things in the space because it is a theater. And so I'm kind of trying to embrace that side of it. To be honest, it's pretty exciting as a performer to be in that space because it feels like we have a real studio. It feels like we can make a real show. It feels just like a fucking TV studio in there, which, is not what everybody loves in a way, but there's an aspect to it that's exciting and special. And so I'm trying to figure out how to, it's a dynamic space. And so I'm just trying different stuff. The first couple weeks I played music. What the hell did I do last week? I did some kind of weird big music thing. I think I did a keyboard thing last week. It was not that great. Or I don't know, it was weird, but whatever. It's still we're still getting used to that bigger space and the just all of the specifics of it, the sound. When we're starting, there's more people signed up. Just like it's sort of still getting settled in and figuring out what works best. And so I'm still just focused on trying to run the show in a way that's successful, especially in that new space. I don't want it to like melt down and like uh you know go off the rails or something in the middle of the show. I want to try to get it as smooth as possible, but we're learning as we go. And the sound is trickier because the board is way up the stairs and I'm way downstage, but there are ways that we can deal with that. And so it's fun to work a different room and try a different uh some different stuff, see what works in different spaces. Not that it necessarily makes a difference in either, but I don't know. I think it's a super dramatic space. It's a theater. It feels. I don't know that, to be honest. For a while, I felt kind of claustrophobic. Or, it feels like the upstairs is like packed in a nice way, but it's like I've also felt like we could fill a bigger space if we had a bigger container. We could fill it, and I felt like wanting to try bigger rooms for a while, and so oh shit, it feels like we're getting. I mean, the unfortunate thing was the blizzard was last Sunday, and it was snowing and sleeting all day Sunday, and I think everyone was out in the snow. A lot of people that I knew. I mean, Ashley was out sledding. Everybody wanted to go out. To me, it's like I don't know. I didn't really want to. Am I wrong? Should I have gone sledding that day? I kind of felt a little bit of an urge to go outside, but it's like, dude, it's sleeting and snowing. Like, I don't want to get all fucking wet. And it felt like the whole city was like having a snow day and playing and sledding. And Shaun White is fucking, launching himself over Shane Gillis in Central Park. I don't even think I left the house because I was just like, fuck that. I don't want to get all fucking wet and cold and shit. And so I think everybody was just so fucking exhausted from that. And Monday night it was freezing and there was snow everywhere. I mean, they had the whole day to clear it, but it's like probably most people called off work on Monday or didn't have work. And they were probably out on Sunday, to be honest. I think a lot of, like, Ashley, fucking, her hand is all, she's got scabs all across her knuckles from sledding. She's got a bandaged hand. It's like people went hard. And it was just, it was just not good conditions. I mean, Monday, it was fucking cold and there was snow everywhere. So it's like there was just nobody out. So it was like we didn't necessarily have like a slow night, but it wasn't as big as it could have been. I mean, that's just the nature of doing it every week. It's just sometimes that happens. Sometimes like the weather doesn't work in your favor. And whatever. It just, you got to embrace whatever it is. It sucks that it happened on my birthday, but it was honestly, it was a very special night. It was like a very special show, actually. Shout out to Cheney McInnes. He gave me a Lego thing. Lego crystals. And this a clown did a really amazing like blessing, which was it's on the live stream. I encourage people to watch it if they ever see this. What was their name? Let me. I just want to give them credit. Lunatopolis did a really amazing. So I felt like I had a nice birthday. You know, it wasn't. It was perfect. You know, I like doing a show on my birthday. I talked to my dad on the phone for like 5 hours. Shout out to my dad. Love you, Dad. It was nice to talk. And we went to this restaurant, Aldi Law, on Tuesday. I had duck. It was really good. Aldi Law is in Park Slope, oddly enough. I went to Park Slope on my birthday. It's on Fifth Avenue, and apparently it's like, well, we were there a few weeks ago. I forget why. Um, and we went. Oh, we went to this other freaking restaurant, some Peruvian restaurant out there, and we were standing outside Aldi Law, and I said something about how John Turturro goes there all the time. Because when I lived in Park Slope, I knew John Turturro lived in Park Slope, and I heard somebody say something, and the waiter was listening to us, and he goes, "Yeah, he was here the other day." I waited on him, and so we started talking. Or he was the manager. We started talking to this guy who was like a manager, and he kind of sold us on it. So actually, I don't know. She's been into that area for some reason recently. Park Slope, Fort Greene. You know, it's like I've been there, done that. But Aldi Lot was pretty damn good, I gotta say. The restaurant itself it's nice, but it's not. You know, for Park Slope, it's a nice, funky place, but it's expensive. You know, it's not that affordable. Let's just say that. And the food was excellent, though. Oh my god! And then Wednesday we had the other. We did another Vivian Crayon at Bowery Poetry Club. So I went, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By Thursday, I was like fucking tired. I guess. Well, it's cold, you know. I don't know. It's just it's. I feel. To be honest, since I went to the dentist, I've been a lot more tired. Um, it was fun to do the thing on Wednesday at Bowery Poetry. Like I said, it was inspiring to be there. A lot of the poets had material about Minneapolis and were very passionate about it. So it was like awakening and enlightening. And it was fun to play. It's on fucking YouTube. A few people watched it. Um, yeah, so I don't know. I had a lot of people cancel at on Monday. Uh, but that's typical. You know, this time of year it's like we're waiting. It's dry January, but like we're also waiting for like um you know, for the winter to like really get rolling. Like January and this time of year, it's always patchy because people are coming back from the holidays and just like the weather can hit you any number of different ways and like it can work in your favor, it can work I think if it would have snowed on Saturday, we would have been better off, but we got the snow on Sunday and people, I don't know, for some reason people it wasn't like snow though. It was like snow and sort of sleety snow. And so it's like, I don't know. I didn't really want to be outside in that all day. Getting maybe I should have. Maybe I should have gone outside. I don't know. You feel like you always if everybody else is doing like Pride, you're like, "Oh, I should go. I should go to Washington Square or something. I'm going to miss it." You know, or like a parade, you know, the Macy's thing. You're like, "Oh, I should check that out." Oh, it's snowing. Everybody's fucking sledding in Central Park. Oh shit. I should go out there and do that. No, I'm going to sit here and watch primetime wrestling all day from the 70s. All right, so who's ready to talk about wrestling? Now it's time to get into the real content. We've covered all of the politics and all the bullshit. Now it's time for the prime beef for my meat and potatoes wrestling fans out there. God damn, what's the newest thing I want to talk about with wrestling? I was just watching these shows, Gorilla Monsoon and Heenan from '86, with Ivan Koloff was one of the fucking wrestlers. USS. I remember him from my early childhood. Ivan Koloff was like Soviet cliche. Is that the point of wrestling, to just like condition us to jingoism, to racism? When you're a little kid, they need a character that like. I mean, I do remember as a little kid. I remember Nikolai Volkov. You know, as a little kid, I would have expected that Nikolai Volkov was like more of a big deal than he ended up being in life. Freddie Blassie was Nikolai Volkov's manager. That's pretty great. All right. Maybe I should just get off. What the hell did I want to talk about with wrestling? I think the gummies like make me less talkative. They make me more just like vegetable state. That's why everything's vibes now. What the hell did I want to talk about with wrestling? Well, I guess it was more, you know, it's the ongoing question of just like, why do I watch this? Why am I fascinated by this? And part of what drives me nuts about wrestling is, well, for one thing, the officiating. It's such a common thing for them to lean on, like, the ref didn't see it, or, you know, the ref got knocked out or something, or the manager interfered while the ref was looking the other way. It's like, they got to get this fucking officiating under control. You know, theoretically, if that was a real sporting institution or company or whatever, if it was a real fucking sport, they would do something about it. They would stop the cheating, or they'd stop the refs from getting, from, you know, from looking the other way or getting knocked over the head or whatever the hell it is. It's like there's constantly the same kinds of like inadequate or like incompetent refereeing. Which that just doesn't, you know, if there's kayfabe, that just doesn't seem realistic to me. Like, if there was some kind of problem in the MLB where, like, the fucking umpires were not seeing the home run so they didn't count, they'd probably fucking do something about it. I don't know. I mean, I guess there are, you know, accidents or incorrect things that referees do. Like, NFL referees screw up. Umpires screw up, so you know that's not within, you know, the referee is a variable. But I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like an epidemic of bad refereeing and, you know, cheating, manager interference. And so one of the things I like about the older wrestling is like there was a match I just watched. In the end of the match, what the hell did the guy, he did like a flipping senton. He did a combination. I forget what it was. I think he did some kind of suplex, and then he did a flipping senton or something. And that was enough for a 3 count. It's like now everything is a finisher, and even a lot of times the guys kick out of the finishers. And the finishers, like things like the F5 or the FU, the newer finishers, I mean, I guess they did they did feel like the newer technology in warfare, to be honest, like Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar does feel like the United States like super weapon or something. And the F5 does feel like some kind of like aircraft carrier, you know, tailspin face plant that fits like the Iraq global war on terror. Cena, Cena, his move like totally feels like it fits like the military industrial complex development at that point and just like the badass nature of the United States military. And to be honest, I think that is sort of what wrestling is really about. It's sort of soft power. It's a way of habituating people to combat and seeing themselves, like all sports are. They're all just kind of war games, but wrestling in particular, they fine tune people's racism or but also, to be fair, I mean, wrestling is one of the most diverse things on TV. And even watching these episodes from the 70s, it's like, find that many shows from the 70s that have that diverse of a cast of characters, where they have black wrestlers, they have Ernie Ladd, they have Maivia, they have Samoan guys, they had a Mongolian wrestler called the Mongolian. I mean, they're all racist stereotypes. You have the Iron Sheik, who's like Iranian. They've been trying to start a war with Iran for a long time and get the Ayatollah out of there. So they created a character about it in wrestling to make little kids hate Iran and have want Hulk Hogan to kick his ass. I watched Hulk Hogan beating Iron Sheik for the title. I watched the whole event. Wrestling, WWF at Madison Square Garden. I think it was even a house show. I don't even know if it was on TV. But they said it was the night wrestling became like mainstream. It was the night that wrestling became like this big pop culture phenomenon when Hulk Hogan won the title. And listening to fucking Hulk Hogan after he won, oh my God, he's so jacked. He's so jacked up on it. His mom and his dad are there. I think it's his real mom and dad. And Hogan is just so fucking amped and coked and roided up. He's on cocaine steroids. And he just won the fucking WWF championship at Madison Square Garden in front of 15, 20,000 people, brother. And so, no one is watching this. I got banned because of the Epstein thing. Fuck. Well, I started talking about wrestling. I'm all over the place. Can people hear me? Can you hear me? I don't care. I just want to talk about wrestling. Fuck it. I've been watching plenty of it. I got a fucking info dump someplace. So I don't know. The older wrestling shows, like, I don't want to say they're like more believable, but some of these moves, I don't know. It feels like the older wrestling, the stuff has more consequence. A thing might end on like, an atomic drop into like, Hogan's special move was the lariat. He literally just does this and then pins the guy. They had like some more creative kind of ending. I don't know. There's something about the older wrestling. It's like it's a little more. It's more grounded. All of the wrestling, it's since like the 90s. It's so aerial and it's so kind of like convoluted. It doesn't really feel like realistic. I know that sounds fucking insane. And to some degree, that's a matter of selling. Like they asked Stone Cold Steve Austin the other day, what should young guys do now that they need to do more of? And Stone Cold said, sell more. You need to sell. And I agree, but it's like, I don't know if it's just a matter of selling. Like, like this guy's finishing move was like a fucking shoulder breaker. He picks him up on his shoulders and he runs across the ring and he kind of hits the shoulder breaker. I don't know. There was more dynamic to like simpler moves. Now it feels like the moves are super complicated, but like whatever that fucking move that AJ Styles does, where like he gets the guy's arms under his legs, it's pretty convoluted. It's cool. It's futuristic. It's now, or it was 20 years ago. But there's more weight to everything they did in the older matches. The wrestlers didn't have gimmicks as much. That's why they had managers. The managers were like the gimmick. The managers were ostentatious, loudmouth, brash. The wrestlers were kind of like just these meatheads or whatever. And then in the 80s with Vince McMahon Jr. taking over, that's when like everybody became a super gimmick. And they just like all became extreme kind of like cartoon archetypes of different shit. So there's less of a need for a manager. It's like, does Hulk Hogan need a manager? Like, no. In the early days, he went around with Blassie, I think. I don't know. I'm a student of wrestling. I think part of it is like, like we know that Star Wars isn't real. That doesn't make it less like fun to watch or like affecting as a story. I think you kind of have to look at wrestling on those terms. For me, it's like one of the things that drives me nuts about wrestling is the kickouts. Everybody does the same fucking kickouts. Practically every pin, somebody pins, the guy waits for a 2 count and then goes and like kicks his legs and gets his shoulder up. And it's like they always kick out the same fucking way. And that's one of the things that drives me nuts about wrestling is like that's where you like lose the believability. That's where like it does there's a million different ways you could kick out, actually. You could kick out early. You could push the guy off. There's ways you could do it. I don't know why they always kick out basically the same fucking way at the same time. There's a lot of things in wrestling like that like you could do the same thing, but you could do it like I just watched this match. It was the Hart Foundation versus these two guys. One of them, Sergeant. It wasn't Sergeant Slaughter. It was another military guy, who I remember my grandma. They had a toy of, but I don't. He looks like Che Guevara or something. He has a beret, but he's a U.S. military gimmick. And I forget who the other guy was. But at one point, the Hart Foundation went to go do a double suplex on the guy, and his partner ran in and caught him and put him on the ground. And then it's like, I've never seen that before. I've never seen somebody grab somebody in the middle of a fucking suplex and like put him down and then hit, it's like that felt like inventive to me. It's like there could be, that's where it, there should be a little bit of that in every match. There should be ingenuity and if I had to name, okay, this is something I wanted to do. If I had to name my top matches of all time, because I don't know what the consensus match is for like greatest wrestling match of all time. A lot of people say it's Undertaker versus Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania. I think it's a retirement match or something. And it definitely is a great match. Like, don't get me wrong. But it's a little unusual. It's kind of curious that that's consensus for, like, this is the greatest match of all time. Because Um, I don't see how there could even be I mean, it's kind of a slow match, and it's like there's a few like spots, but um, it just feels like a number of kind of planned spots that they had. Like, okay, Undertaker's going to do this like plancha over the ropes into the cameraman. Shawn Michaels is going to do a backflip into the announce table. I don't remember everything that happened, but like it just felt like there was a bunch of spots that were spaced out or something. So I don't really know. I mean, there's a lot of what is it that makes a good wrestling match or a standout wrestling match? Because you do see so many of them. I mean, that's the majority of the show. And so what does make it memorable? What does take it to like another level? I mean, I would say, just off the top of my head, the most memorable matches or best that I remember, a lot of them were in ECW, frankly. Maybe I'm just a mark or like a spot, but like those RVD Jerry Lynn matches were incredible. Any kind of Sabu Taz match was incredible. A lot of their tag team matches were pretty amazing. Um, uh, what was the other ECW thing? I mean, Lance Storm was always fucking good. I don't know if I could point to any particular match. Um, Tajiri and Super Crazy. Some of those matches were like absolutely fucking just as good as it gets, really. Like, I don't think it gets any better than that. They did everything. They're kicking each other in the face, they're doing backflips, they're up in the fucking stands. It's performance art, it's aerial, it's everything. They're doing suplexes, they're doing sophisticated surfboard fucking moves and shit like but it's exciting, it's extreme, it's new. It's not just like this kind of, a lot of those Japan matches, anything with Misawa, some of those matches, I don't know any specific matches, but like some of those Misawa Kobashi matches or whatever, Kobayashi, where they're like an hour long. I don't, like I said, I don't know the specific matches, but um, um, I like the War Games matches. Apparently, Dave Gemeltzer gave 5 stars to the War Games match where Sid powerbombs Michael Pillman twice, or Brian Pillman, and like breaks his neck or something. 5 stars from Dave Meltzer. Um, Jay Leno, Diamond Dallas Page versus Hogan and Carl Malone, 5 stars. Um, what else? I mean, some of those Mike Awesome, Masato Tanaka matches are absolutely fucking insane. Uh, the tables, ladders, and chairs matches in WWF with the Hardys and Dudley Boys and Edge and Christian are nuts. I think Kurt Angle is crazy. There was a match. It was like Kurt Angle versus Benoit versus Triple H or something at WrestleMania. A lot of people thought that was the best match ever for a while. I mean, Flair, you got to go with Flair. What the hell? Which Flair match would you pick? I'm sure he has a lot of, Flair and Hogan have some good matches. Flair and Vader, Hogan and Vader, Hogan and Vader at Bash at the Beach. I think that was a cage match. I like that. Um, Hogan versus Andre the Giant. I know that's like very corny and Sergeant Slaughter is surprisingly good. If you watch the early Sergeant Slaughter shit, he is like a good, entertaining. It just feels like they put more into it back then. Now it's like it just feels like there's no real impact to anything they do. They overact with the selling. Selling isn't about going like, oh. Like if you watch people actually get hit, the selling in the old days was a little more idiosyncratic and realistic. It wasn't quite as cartoony or something. Like the wrestling did become more kind of, it became less believable. You know, when you're doing moonsaults and shit like that, it's, I don't know how believable that stuff is. It feels like it's a high risk maneuver because it'll hurt the person doing it more than the Shawn Michaels Bret Hart matches. The Iron Man match. I watched the Iron Man match the other day. I didn't really sit there and watch the whole fucking thing, but it's kind of a, it's a famous match a lot of people didn't like because it was so long. And the idea was it was at WrestleMania, it's 60 minutes. Whoever gets the most pinfalls wins. And so they really pace it out. It's really a slow match. And so that's kind of what I liked about it. It was almost like they're telling you the whole history of wrestling in this match. They're telling you the whole history of the world in this match. You know, it's like it's all in this match. It's like it starts off real slow. It's strategic. It's more like chess. They're both being kind of, you can see why they're making the moves they're making. And they're both being a little cautious, a little conservative, because they know they have to go 60 minutes. And it is slow, but I don't know. That's a part of wrestling I think people should embrace, is like the pacing of it. Not everything has to be high fucking impact acrobatics the whole fucking match. Like, you got to know your technical, basic wrestling shit too. Your headlocks, your arm drags, your chin locks, your wrist locks. Um, Apparently Bret Hart ripped the sharpshooter off Sting. I gotta say, I kind of lost some respect for. I thought he had like, he trained in the dungeon and shit. I thought he knew, like, he probably knew the sharpshooter. I thought it was like he invented it and Sting kind of invented it simultaneously or something. But like he ripped it off Sting. He said that. It's like Sting, I think, is underrated. Actually, Sting is maybe one of the all-time best. His move set is very interesting and unique. He went through a lot of different eras. He just fucking retired, not that long ago. Like, Sting is really, he's got to be on your all-time. A lot of the guys I didn't like when I was younger. I did not like Sting that much when I was younger. But now I got a mad respect for Sting. I mean, the Shawn Michaels Razor Ramon ladder match at WrestleMania 10, you got to mention. My brother had this match, this tape. It was the best match from every WrestleMania. I think up to like WrestleMania 14. And so it had the ladder match. That was the first time I'd ever seen it. Before fucking YouTube, you had to get goddamn VHS tapes. What else would I say? The all-time best matches. Certain things like the Attitude. I don't know. The WWF wrestling just became so personality driven in a way that there was less just like wrestling in it. And the era where it was like The Rock, Mankind, Stone Cold, Triple H, McMahon, it just felt like they got away from like the wrestling part of it. It became way more about stunts and driving big rigs into the arena, big beer trucks, big Zamboni machines, destroy the limousine. And the wrestling just became like the People's Elbow and shit. Like, I love the People's Elbow, and that's what I liked about it at the time, is it was, I don't know, sort of an ironic comment on wrestling or something. But just the name of it, the People's Elbow, just was like so, and wherever that came from, was just so genius to me as a 12-year-old, 13-year-old. The People's Champion, The Rock. And but the wrestling, I don't know. The Rock Hogan match, I gotta say, is one of the best matches ever. I think it completely delivered, and I actually think Hogan is a great wrestler. I'm not one of these people that shits on Hogan's. He was in a lot of fucking matches, and I think the Hogan Goldberg match where Hogan did the job to Goldberg. I actually think that's one of the best matches ever. I just think it fulfilled what it was supposed to be. I mean, the Steiners got to go in there somewhere. The Steiners like are incredible tag team and just like some of the most innovative wrestlers of all time. Uh, what else? Anything? Yeah, like I said, I don't really know which Ric Flair matches I would pick. I'm not that. Um, they're all kind of the same. But that's what makes him an artist is like, I don't know, the way he's able to do variations on with the same cards, he's able to do so many different things and kind of extend it and play it out and turn it back and do it again and remix it and it still works. You know, it just works every fucking. I mean, the matches that people talk about, the Terry Funk match, the I Quit match, Flair Steamboat. He said Flair and Barry Windham had good matches. There's some cage matches, I think, from the 80s. Flair and Dusty Rhodes, maybe. I don't know. I wouldn't say that I like know that many wrestling matches like by heart or anything. You know, the way that people talk about these matches is like they know every fucking beat of it and they and it's like I watch a lot of goddamn wrestling, at least now I do. And it's been a part of my life sort of on and off for 40 years. Um I think that's why I'm kind of getting into it now. It's like it's a way of unearthing like the early past. You know, like seeing like Gorilla Monsoon and Heenan. Like Gorilla Monsoon is one of those guys. I mean, I never really, I don't remember him, and up until today, I hadn't really watched that much of it, what he did. But he's a legend, so you're kind of curious, like, what is this guy's, what is his magic? And watching these things today, I started to get it. They were, they talked about it more like it was an actual sporting contest, and they believe in like the fairness of it. Gorilla Monsoon is like, you know, arguing on behalf of like fairness and he's just a charismatic character to fit that role. And they don't really, I don't know. Now it's like they have these sort of not memorable, it's like just generic announcers or something. I mean, Gorilla Monsoon, Jesus Christ, that's a pretty insane name. Pretty memorable. Uh, the internet is kind of a nostalgia zone. It's constantly feeding you. Like I saw this thing, it was toys from Happy Meals of like the 80s. And it's like that's some of your earliest memories. It's like toys that you had when you were a little kid that you gave up or whatever not long after, but are still kind of like, you remember holding them and just what an impact they had on you. Although, but you forget, it's like it's in your memory, but it's like it's not necessarily at the forefront. It's just buried in there somewhere in the closet. The closet of memories. And the internet just kind of spits all that stuff back at you. Stuff you didn't even know was in there. And so that early era of wrestling, like seeing that guy today, that Sergeant, I forget what his name was. I had totally forgotten about that. Like I said, they had a figure of him at my grandma's house. I never knew who he was, but I remember it from being 3 years old or something. Now that I see him, I'm like, oh my god, it's that guy. It's that figure with the fucking beret and the fatigues and some of those death match wrestling things are pretty insane. Those FMW King of the Death Match, Mr. Pogo, barbed wire, exploding ring. That's really where it's at. You got to get into some FMW exploding ring death matches. I mean, that was the complaint people had about those Rob Van Dam, Jerry Lynn matches. They were like, well, those are just a bunch of high spots. The Rob Van Dam, Jerry Lynn matches are just high spot, high spot, high spot. It's like, I don't know. They were pretty fucking dope, if you ask me. I was okay with it. If the whole match is high spots, what's the problem? Is that really a problem? I don't know. Um, it's interesting to see the wrestlers kind of come back. Like watching this match, Bret Hart in the 80s was part of a tag team, right? He's part of the Hart Foundation. And he was like, a low mid card type act, right? He wasn't, and yet, and so he's there on WWF Prime Time in 1986 or whatever, as just, he's there with Jim the Anvil Neidhart. And then, a few years later, he's the fucking champion. He's the face of the company. They said they called one of their tours the Heart Attack Tour, Vince McMahon, because he was having a heart attack because of the amount of money that Bret Hart was able to draw. Bret Hart never was a huge drawing champion, I guess, which is kind of sad because, as a wrestler, the respect people have for Bret Hart, and it's easier to kind of understand that. I think now is like, I think he has these qualities that, like, he is inventive, he's a safe worker, he makes it believable, he's able to put guys over. But I don't. Why is Bret Hart like the least popular? Why is he not as big a draw as Hogan? Why is it more fun to watch Hogan? Like, there's never going to be a Hulkamania for Bret Hart. Bret Hart is more just like kind of a working, hardworking journeyman wrestler that, like, well, he's a part of a dynasty and he was sort of born to do it, but um, he wasn't as big. Hulk Hogan is 6'6" and or 6'8" or something, and 300 fucking pounds, and Bret Hart is what, probably 6 feet tall, 6'2" maybe, and like 230 or 40 pounds maybe. I don't know, what does it say? People, it's not as marketable. It's not as much of a big, brash. I think that's one of the things about the Hulkamania thing. I want to take more of a look at that moment, because that was something, watching these wrestling shows where Vince McMahon Sr. is still the owner and Vince McMahon is an announcer, and the way they present it, it's a territory, right? It was a local wrestling show for the Northeast. I mean, it was the big territory. It was New York, but it was still a territory, and they respected the territory boundaries, and they had their roster of people. Superstar Billy Graham or Dusty Rhodes or Sergeant Slaughter. But then the other guys worked in other territories, and they kind of respected each other's boundaries. The video it's the championship wrestling. It's nice quality, but it's still pretty subdued. There's not a whole lot of graphics and bells and whistles. And then watching these shows from 1986, it's like, bam, it's the different approach. It's like they're in a studio. Vince isn't even on the show. There's a lot more production value, a lot more graphics, intertitles, logos. Everything has that fucking WWF logo on it. That's like a super memorable logo. And you can see how Vince McMahon, I mean, it was a hostile takeover. He pilfered all of the territory's top stars. I mean, he did what Ted Turner did. He stole all these other promotions' stars. He got Roddy Piper, or Hulk Hogan was someplace else, and all these guys, Ricky Steamboat. And he put all these territories out of business or whatever. He's like this sort of Walmart of wrestling. And he's one of these CEO, executive, alpha male, Jack Welch kind of post. But he exists in this whole other world of, weird wrestling business. They're all kind of the same, but Vince McMahon is, I mean, he's on fucking TV every week doing crazy shit in character as himself. But I don't really know about that, the story of that. Somebody's rise. Vince McMahon taking it upon himself to buy his dad's company, and the subsequent sort of rise, wrestling becoming like a pop culture phenomenon, Hulkamania. I don't think people really realize like Hulk Hogan was like a big thing. It was like I don't even know what I'd compare it to, because it's such a weird thing to be popular for. I guess it's like maybe, what would you compare it to? Maybe like I Show Speed. I Show Speed is probably more popular, but like, that's something where like the audience is sort of like really excited and kind of in on this thing that's happening now. Hulkamania, it wasn't like as big as Beatlemania, but it was a similar, like, because his act is pretty simple. It's pretty dumb, but like for whatever reason, like it really worked. I mean, we were kids, we were 2, 3 years old, 4 years old, but we were fucking stoked on Hulk Hogan. Say your prayers and eat your vitamins, brother. And they're golden yellow and all that shit. The golden, red and yellow, and Macho Man. And I don't know, wrestling was like a fucking craze. What would you compare it to now? I don't even know. Fortnite or something? I don't even know. 6, 7. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell you'd compare it to, but Hulk Hogan like was like this big fucking. It wasn't just like he was the biggest wrestler. It wasn't just like Hogan is the most famous wrestler. It was like he was like a famous fucking media sensation. He was like Muhammad Ali or Babe Ruth, or maybe he wasn't that big and that significant, but like he was pretty famous, and he was on a lot of fucking. He hosted goddamn Saturday Night Live. He's on the Tonight Show. He's he was like a fucking rock star, you know. For a wrestler, I don't think that had ever happened really. You know, there were maybe Dusty Rhodes or something, but they were not that big. You know, he was like very present in pop culture as a known kind of household whatever entity. And so all the shit that happened in the 90s when we were a little bit more conscious, you know, we were a little older, we were teenagers, was sort of like their second wind. They'd already done it once. You know, Vince McMahon already sort of rose to prominence. It wasn't some forecast thing that was going to happen. He made it happen. The WWF in the 80s was like a big fucking thing. And think about the storylines with Honky Tonk Man or fucking Miss Elizabeth, or like they're pretty fucking childish. Jake the Snake. I remember Jake the Snake vividly as a kid. I suppose they were. I don't know why. Why did they aim wrestling at children? You know, it doesn't feel like it was that way before. Like when you watch the WWF before Vince McMahon Jr., it doesn't feel like it's for kids. It feels like it's for dudes sitting around drinking beer, watching. They would watch football or something, but instead they're watching wrestling. Same audience. It was like Vince McMahon's like he's making a show for fucking kids. They're all like superheroes or something. It's like, what? Where the fuck did that come from? Why did he do that? How did he know that was the audience? I don't know. The untapped consumer audience. And then he just started merchandising the fuck out of everything. T-shirts, toys. Maybe it was Star Wars. Maybe he saw Star Wars and thought, we need to sell a bunch of toys to children. We need to sell wrestling buddies. How many people had a wrestling buddy? I know I did. Thank God. I mean, is that gay? Is that... What is it? What kind of sexuality is that patterning you for, the wrestling buddy? There's nothing gay about having a wrestling buddy, okay? He's just my buddy. We just wrestle. It's not a big deal. How many people had wrestling buddies here? Show of hands. I definitely shouldn't have my weed stuff. See, that's the really hard thing about clip farming this, is like there's weed in every shot. So like half my YouTube clips, you see me like leaning in and like lighting up and shit, and I have to like zoom in really far. And I don't know, the clip farming, it's very hit or miss. It's I don't know, it's not a lot of work, but it's, you know, it takes some effort, and a lot of times they just block your clip. It's like you don't even get any views. It's like, ugh, that kind of sucks. To go to all that trouble to clip farm, you get absolutely no return, but we're trying our best to be topical and disseminate it however people, you know, well, the thing is, the YouTube Shorts is the best way to get subscribers. It's just like, it just sucks because a lot of them don't go through. The last one I posted got 0 views about cybering. I had this whole thing on Monday about cybering that I thought was pretty funny. I thought it was going to go viral. As I'm editing it, I'm like, this is hilarious. This is going to go viral. People are going to think this is fucking hilarious. This is what's going to make me famous. This clip I'm editing about cybering. And sure enough, it got 0 views. I think it got 9 views because my actual subscribers might watch it. Of which I do have some. I've got, 533 subscribers. It's not horrible. Like and subscribe if you haven't yet, everybody. This is your #1 source for Epstein pro wrestling commentary. Mixed with, you know, poetry lessons and Catherine O'Hara. R.I.P. Catherine O'Hara. The greatest. The GOAT. I think you can safely say Catherine O'Hara is the GOAT. Of what she did, I don't think there was nobody better. There's nobody better with as more substantial of a career. I defy you to name a better, like sketch comedy character improv actress. There isn't one, I don't think. Maybe like Cloris Leachman or something, Madeline Kahn, I don't know. I mean, Gilda Radner unfortunately passed away, but she wasn't even in that many movies. Why wasn't Gilda Radner in more movies? That seems like a big miss to me. Like, it's a no-brainer. Why didn't Gilda Radner have a franchise? An Animal House. How come Jane, Lorraine, and Gilda didn't get their own SNL movie? We got Blues Brothers and Animal House and fucking all these fucking Chevy Chase movies. We got Dr. Detroit. Where's Gilda's fucking Wayne's World? You know, they could have made an SNL movie out of those nerds characters. I'm going to go get something to eat here in a minute. Thank you guys for watching. Should I talk about wrestling more? What the hell was I talking about before? There was something that I was kind of like on a little extended vacation with. I had a little something there. What was it? Fuck. Hulk Hogan being a sensation. Oh, Vince McMahon. You know, I don't know. These are our role models. Vince McMahon is a role model to me as a promoter, somebody who runs a show, a showman. You know, Vince McMahon is one of the great American hucksters, ripping off morons. But he was fair. You know, McMahon wasn't like these TKO people are really pieces of shit. They're gonna ruin it. But McMahon, it was like he was pricing it for families. He was making it accessible. Even shit like pay-per-view. It's like you're getting the show. It feels like an event. You're getting it in your house. You invite some. You know, I remember in middle school, a lot of times you'd go over to a friend's house. There'd be 15, 20 kids there watching whatever pay-per-view it was. Charlie would have a fucking... I remember watching some of them at Jake's house. We watched some WCW pay-per-views at Jake's house. We had pizza. What could be fucking better? Watching it live. Eating pizza, drinking fucking... They'd all be looking at me to, I don't know, make them laugh or something. So, I don't know. Vince McMahon is somebody that, like, had these eras and sort of rose and fell, hills and valleys. Trump's like that, I guess. People count you out. They think you're done. They think you're toast. You're bankrupt. You're divorced. You're killing babies. You're killing your own baby on your yacht in Lake Michigan. People read the Epstein files. If you haven't read them yet, Jesus Christ. It is absolutely nuts. Everything QAnon said is right. How did they know? How did they know? I'm now QAnon. I hope this doesn't get banned. I hope this doesn't get banned for some kind of, like, conspiracy or something. I'm just kidding. This is sarcasm. This is all covered in the Constitution. Not that anybody gives a fuck about that anymore. Is the Constitution still fucking applicable? Is it still fucking valid? Or has it been voided yet? Have we voided and nullified the Constitution yet, or what? That old thing? You're still paying attention to that fucking piece of shit? Wow, I've been on almost 4 hours. That's kind of hard to believe. It feels like it's only been, like, literally, like, 2 minutes. Because I did that gummy. Jesus, it's 9:30. I've been in flow state, everybody. I've just been in fucking flow state. Talking about wrestling. Talking about Vince McMahon. How Vince McMahon's my role model now. If you could take the powers of Vince McMahon and use them for good rather than evil. I do think, I mean, wrestling is full of strong personalities. And, people who have interesting, I mean, every one of these dickheads is a podcast now. Bischoff, Kevin Nash, Bruce Pritchard, fucking Bradshaw, Jim Ross. Who's the other guy? There's some guy who's like a jobber. That's got like, I mean, there's a lot of them, I'm sure, but I see clips of all this shit in my TikTok. Let's hear Bradshaw. Let me hear Bradshaw's take on every fucking thing. And Bruce Pritchard. Bruce Pritchard is a real fucking douchebag. Like, what does that guy have to offer? I don't get it. Wrestling is fully, like, Kevin Dunn. It's like, what does Kevin Dunn bring to the table? There's got to be something. There's something that Bruce Pritchard has that I'm not seeing. Like, certain people, you get it. Like Jim Ross, I get it. I get why Jim Ross is at the table. Cornette, I get it, even somebody like Vince Russo, you're like, okay, I kind of get this. Like, he's got this other kind of factor that he brings in that does work in some stupid way. He doesn't really know wrestling, but it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't hurt to have somebody that just has really off-the-wall ideas or something. What the fuck is that noise? Some kind of fucking... Bruce Pritchard, I really am not sure what he brings to the table, other than the fact that he seems like a dirtbag. He's probably just a dirtbag. I'll have to look into it. I don't know. Why? Do I have too much time on my hands? Why am I wasting all my life, like, obsessing over wrestling? I mean, this weather is so fucking... Is that just like a fucking lame excuse? This weather is just so abominable that, I mean, to be honest, wrestling is like how I recuperate, as long as there's like ebb and flow, where like I'm going out, like tonight I had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Monday's a big night. It's now it's an hour longer. And it's a bigger space, so it's more work. The sound setup is more complicated. There's more equipment. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, so it's like, it's just the way that I kind of keep my engines revving, but like low. Same with this. It's like there's certain things I needed to get on and sort of touch base. I just needed to talk about the Epstein files. People should read it. It's nuts. It's absolutely fucking insane. I mean, if Watergate was enough to get rid of Nixon, all they did was break into some fucking political headquarters. This is like literally like unspeakable. All this shit is unspeakable darkness. As far as I know, was Nixon doing this? Where was Epstein's Island back in the day? Was it just everywhere? If you're a white man, I don't know. What was the Epstein's Island for fucking Kenny Lay and the boys? Nixon, where did Nixon go to indulge in child sacrifice? I mean, if Roger Stone is a tattoo of Nixon, Nixon had to be doing something. Some kind of fucking sadistic, twisted shit, trolling. It's just, it sucks how these dark wizards of the right wing have really taken it upon themselves to like influence our culture in a lot of ways over the last few decades. Shape, I do feel like people's attitudes. Trump has been president or, culturally affecting us for at least a decade politically. And so I heard some, for kids born, kids of a certain age, it's like they've never had a political world where Trump was not a factor. And even amongst, people's Ashley's age, I just see there's a there's just like there's mean spirited habits that are like baked in a way. Like because of the influence of this guy and him being sort of omnipresent in the media and toying with all of our fucking lives. Should I not obsess over it? Should I just go outside and just live my life and not worry about fucking Trump and not waste any more time on here, preaching to the choir, getting one fucking like. After 4 hours, I've gotten one like. It's okay. No one likes it, okay? I get it. It's not likable. It's uncomfortable truth for everybody, okay? Not everybody's going to like it, okay? This isn't like a fucking, I'm not some big cleavage e-girl or something. I'm just a fucking political hack. Shooting off at the mouth. Half-baked ideas. Shooting from the hip here. But, hopefully we can nip this thing in the bud. I mean, the damage, like I said, it's been so long, and the second election sort of like vindicated the first time or cemented it or something. And so now it feels like Trump influence is going to continue. Now it's been sort of legitimized in a lot of people's minds, unless he just does something so horrific that it's like the Nazis in World War II, where they're just like, you know what, we can never let this happen again, and it's just sort of acknowledged by everyone in the world, like that was the worst thing that ever happened. Like that's the way people talk about Hitler and the Nazis, is like, this is the worst thing that ever happened. Hitler, most evil man ever. Like, it's not really even a question, at least during my lifetime. Maybe that's just recency bias or something, but like, right, it's pretty much acknowledged. Is this Jewish propaganda? Is this Israel? But it's pretty much acknowledged, right? Like, Hitler, most evil guy ever, right? I mean, unless you knows a better candidate, he's definitely up there. Maybe I don't know. It's debatable, but in my lifetime, it was like Hitler was always that's why they always use an example in politics, because it's like, it's the worst, it's the most obvious, like, bad, like Hitler bad. Everybody knows that. Everybody can agree that was bad. Never can let that happen again. Hopefully that's what happens with Trump. But, now you're seeing Barron fucking Trump, or, now his attitude has become entrenched with the fucking internet, for one thing. I guess it was always there. There was always troll culture and, I don't know, people saying the N-word. And, dark web, people have always had kind of this perverse fascination with that. And, Um, the internet does kind of like bring out the worst in us in a fucking weird way. But until Trump, that shit felt like fringe. It felt like we're trying to live in like a just, like good society, even though America is a fucked up place and a complicated legacy and all that. Like, we want to live in a world of like peace and truth and justice. If we can aspire to that, that's what we're sort of the lie we're telling ourselves. But I don't know, just even like like Mr. Rogers. Everybody wants to use fucking Mr. Rogers as an example for like this is what we should do. Whatever Mr. Rogers. It's like, you think Trump is the opposite of fucking Mr. Rogers, for Christ's sake. It's not Jesus now. It's Mr. Rogers. I think the Jesus people are okay with Trump because it's implicit in the Christian like compact that like you are forgiven for your sins. We all have sins. No one, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. So Trump included. Trump may have killed his daughter or babies or his wife or a lot of teenage girls who he raped and smacked around a little bit, but he is forgiven because we're all sinful in the eyes of God. And so Trump is not any worse than you, actually. So how dare you think you're better than him and me? I'm also sinful, and so if I forgive Trump a little bit, he forgive me a little bit, and maybe he'll give me a pardon. When I steal a bunch of people's pension, or all the people he pardons are just like fucking scumbags. He'll probably self-pardon in advance or something. Didn't Biden like do some kind of advance pardon on his son or something? I think he'll probably use that as like a precedent to like pardon himself. Oh yeah, I did rape all those children, but like I'm pardoning myself. I'm the president, I can do that. By the way. I can do that, by the way. It says that in the Constitution, by the way. I never would, but I could if I wanted to, by the way. Yes, I raped and murdered children, but yes, I am the president, and so I get out of jail free card. It's a sick, twisted fucking... It's like Sin City. It's a twisted... I had no idea. I didn't want to believe it. I guess I was naive. I did not want to believe the allegations against Trump were true. Thought he was a good man. He's married. He has his children. But it turns out he's a liar and a child murderer. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have saw that coming? Oh my God. He wouldn't put his hand on the Bible when he got sworn in because he'd probably start burning. It would scold him. Cornette is a super anti-Trumper. Cornette gave the guy who called Trump a pedophile protector $5,000. So I don't think wrestling is entirely... Kevin Nash is a liberal. I would not have guessed Kevin Nash is liberal. He's in the clique. He seems like he'd probably be a fucking turbo dickhead. Now Triple H and Shawn Michaels are probably Trumpers, I would imagine. Okay, I'm on low power mode here. I gotta get some fucking food. you guys for watching. It's been 4 hours, so maybe that's enough for one night. Did I say everything I want to say about? Did I make all the jokes that I can possibly make about this? Did I make... Oh, I lost 2 subscribers. Fuck. Is this because I talked about Epstein? I had 533 when I started this. Now I've got 531. Fuck. Maybe they were just fake. Is this because I said Trump was implicated in the Epstein files? Well, I don't know. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, you know. Okay. Well, thanks. Well, you can come with me. Let's go. What do you say? Put you on the guest list. Put you on the Lolita Express with me. Maybe it's bad parenting. Maybe that's why Gen Z doesn't want to watch Citizen Kane. Just bad parenting. Parents are not doing it. Explain to these kids why it's important for them to watch Citizen Kane. See, this is what we call a Dutch angle. What do I want? Okay, I'm gonna go with the turkey chili tonight. We're going with the turkey chili with beans, everybody.
Wrestling presents Battle Bowl. I will now read the...
Play professional floorball. This is all kind of surreal. Worry about it falls down. You don't belong here. By the great man. Hello, everyone, and once again to Prime Time Wrestling, and welcome back to once again filling in for Jesse the Body Ventura, still down with Arnold Schwarzenegger, making some kind of a jungle, I think, movie, is it not?
I'm not sure what kind of movie it is, but I'm quite sure Jesse's going to win an Academy Award for it.
Oh, please, let's not start. Tremendous lineup this week here, direct from Madison Square Garden. Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, King Kong, Bundy, the Hart Foundation in single competition. And why does a guy like the Mouth of the South do that, Ryan? To break his men up into single competition.
Well, he's a smart man, and he's
Monsoon, Bobby Lane. Hello, everyone, and welcome once again to Prime Time Wrestling, featuring the superstars of the World Wrestling Federation. We have an exciting card lined up for you this week, do it not, Bobby?
as always.
As always. In fact, you're going to deliver what you promised.
Well, I've been kind enough. Last week I was talking about you, and this week I'm going to show my Korean star, how funny he is, everything about him.
Well, it should be interesting.
It'll be interesting.
And of course, our feature this week, Dynamite Kid and Brutus Beefcake. Of course, Dynamite was the one who was instrumental in stripping the Dream Team of the title in the Rosemont Horizon.
If you want to call a cheap shot from the outside instrumental, you can call it.
If anyone knows anything about cheap shots, that's right up your alley, Bobby. You certainly know that. We're going to take a look at Mike Rotundo, Golden Boy Danny Spivey, the fantastic Flying Rougeau brothers, Jacques and Raymond. You know a great deal about them.
Batman and Robin.
They don't resemble any way, shape, or form.
Well, but they kind of, you know, when you see Batman and Robin, the Caped Crusader, and how Robin was always the wimp of the group, and how Batman stood for justice and order. That's how I picture the Rougeau.
I don't think you'd want to make any detrimental remarks or unkind remarks, especially when they're around. If their father happens to be there.
Last thing I want to do is come over and rocking field all day with the song.
Right now, wrestling fans, we're going to go to Toronto's Maple Leaf Stars and take a look at Miyagi takes on Nate Roberts. Let's go to Toronto.
It must be kind of obvious. Even the most ignorant man are not going to wrestle tonight. Now, tell you something. As far as I'm concerned, you just spoken up picking a match because I will never wrestle again in Toronto until I can take Ricky Steamboat in my type of match. You can might believe it. If you can have the match, boy, you can have the match. The match is all yours. It's all yours. You take it and be happy. And let things go right.
Thank you.
Russo brothers coming out to take a look at CBR, who was delivering the DDT. He's down and out of this.
My father coming out, they can see his alcohol from back there.
We're going to need some medical assistance here, I'm sure, for CBR.
Did anybody get a blotter?
Very concerned, Jacques and Raymond the Russo brothers.
From the angle I got here, Monsoon, looks like he's got neck damage.
Could be.
You shouldn't move him. Of course, the Rouge brothers aren't the brightest guys in the world.
Trying to get CBM to his feet here. Oh, he's not going to be able to stand up. We're going to need some kind of medical assistance here.
You know what that means if he can't, and I think it has spinal damage.
Oh, it's very possible, yes. Cervical, thoracic, and lumbar regions of the vertebrae take a tremendous pounding on that DDT move.
You shouldn't move him.
Just like a jackhammer action. We're going to try to get a medical report for you as we go along in our program to keep you updated here on what's happened there. See, he's been down on the track again. Obviously, he's delirious here. Doesn't know plan from fall.
I don't know what's happening to him.
Now he's back up on his feet once again, but the legs are not moving too well. Going out with the help of the Russo brothers.
Our right leg looks like it's in trouble.
Yeah. See the option at the hands of the James Snake Roberts after he forfeited the match with that big DDT. Laid it on him.
Well, all you got to do is go shake a tree and another one will fall down. There's plenty of them with that kick.
Great. Stay with us, wrestling fans. Plenty more action still to come. We'll be back. Boy, you were just tickled pink with that despicable display by Jake the Snake Roberts, weren't you?
Well, I like a man that can take action. I like a man that shows people exactly what's happening.
Pearl Harbor type guy.
If it has to be done, it has to be done.
You're something else, you know that. Thank you. You probably put him up to that, if I know.
No,
He might have been a little bit reluctant about being CBR, knowing the credentials that youngster carries around.
Probably got a passport with his picture on it. Probably no name, just a number. That's his credential.
It certainly was, it cost Jake the Snake Roberts quite a bit of money to do that. In fact, I understand the Frank is going to lay an additional fine on it.
Oh, he loves to do that. He loves to levy fines. He loves to suspend people. Do you ever really suspend anybody, Jack Cunningham? Come on, tell me.
We're back, wrestling fans, and talk about contrasting styles. We're going to take a good look at two individuals right now, in Scotty McGee and Hercules Hernandez. Completely different styles, and I think that Scotty McGee has enough speed and agility, Bobby, to get by Hercules.
Oh, he certainly does. Anytime any wrestler gets in the ring, he can beat another wrestler.
Even with his new manager.
Slick.
Oh, give him a break.
Well, Slick.
Fred Blassie selling half of everything he owns to a guy named Slick. We'll tell you more about him later. Right now, let's go down the ringside.
Introducing from Scotland, weighing 225 pounds, Scott McGee. His opponent from Florida, weighing 260 pounds, Hercules Hernandez.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens. Joe Monsoon here at ringside with my colleague and co-host this week here at the World Wrestling Federation broadcast position, Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Well, the reason I'm sitting here, Monsoon, is not to only add my expertise to professional wrestling. I'm here to give you a hand if needed.
Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate it.
What I'll mention.
Tremendous matchup here right off the bat. Hercules Hernandez out of Tampa, Florida. Latest find of the fashion plate, the cheapskate, Fred Blassie. Against Scott McGee from Scotland.
Man's not here to defend himself, and you call
Well,
him.
if he was here, I'd still call him old deep pockets. He was standing right here. He resembles that remark, but of course, you resemble that remark in a lot of respects as well. Oh, no, you want me around the World Wrestling Federation. Understand that Jack Tucker was looking for you today. Promoter here in Toronto.
If Jeff Cunningham wants to give me money, he knows where to find me.
Now he wants to know why you haven't paid the money that you owe already.
change the name of the World Wrestling Federation. It'll be called the Brain Enterprises. Brain Enterprises.
Oh, nice block, big roundhouse, missile, drop kick out of nowhere. Nice Scotty and another one. And the big guy is down.
You've seen a lot of wrestlers come and go, haven't you, Monster?
And the managers come and go too, yes.
And announcers come and go, too.
Absolutely. What is it?
I don't know. I don't even feel like I should even bother talking to you.
Oh my God.
I was going to make a compliment to Hercules Hernandez. Today looks like he put about 2 inches on his arm and chest.
Oh, look at that one-arm power slam.
Definitely.
He said, how about it, boy? Well, Scotty's not exactly a boy. Youngster, he's a boy, next to you and I, he's a boy.
Put yourself in your own category. Don't categorize me.
See you putting on the wrestling togs late. You semi-retired?
Oh, no, I'm not retired. I'm not retired from the ring. But I'll tell you the reason I haven't gotten into the ring is because I've made a vow to myself and a promise to myself not to let anybody anymore put their dirty, sweaty hands on me.
Including the members of your family. Oh, what a tremendous move by Scotty, and a beautiful drop kick once again. Arm drag and a beauty. The youngster's got a lot of fire. Hernandez taking a height there. Very clever on his part to break the momentum of the youngster, Scotty McGee, as he's had it all going his way so far.
I was just going to say that.
I will give you equal time. You can speak anytime you like. I will keep quiet.
Huh. That'll be the day.
Hercules, you know a great deal about him, Father?
Yes, I do.
Oh, well, would you like to enlighten us?
No.
Being from the Florida area, I know that's where you make your home now, is it not?
No, I still live in Beverly Hills. I have property down there. I visit on occasion.
Which do you prefer, Beverly Hills or Florida?
Oh, there's only one Beverly Hills.
Side headlock right now by Scotty. Wow, short turnbuckle in and a wow, a glancing blow to the side of the head. And a huge right arm of Hernandez. Look at that body at 24 bicep.
See the car square on with that even not ski cold.
We're not right off for sure.
His head would be in section 8, row 11.
Right between the eyes. Oh, Hernandez now starting to unload from the heavy artillery. Oh, turned his shoulder just at the last moment, which probably saved his neck a little bit. Not a whole heck of a lot.
I was told so many times I could never make it.
Played victory. But match is not over yet by a long shot.
You know, if he was smart, he'd retire, go home, and sell anything.
Well, you know, he's been away from the World Wrestling Federation just for a few months now with a very serious back injury. I don't know whether he's 100% of that now.
Oh, I don't know. I don't even consider it.
I'm sure you know. But one of your men had a huge there, right?
Sure, that's an investment on my
Oh,
part.
look at that now. That'll give you a negative attitude.
But you should probably go straight down. You should be on your back, bump it up.
Here's a quick clip.
One elbow right on the sternum, but doesn't lock up. He's very happy has his cover there by Hernandez. Very nonchalant about it. He's not that big guy with the talent and capability of Scotty McGee with that kind of a move. How are you doing with your Japanese problem? You play for the United States some of that?
No, I don't have any Japanese problems.
Well, I think you do in the form of the super machine and giant machine. They're a problem for you.
They're no problem for me.
They're a problem for Scotty McGee.
They're no problem. We got rid of the Giants one time, we'll do it again. I had to do it again. Right, we laid the Giant up in the hospital, we cut his hair, we put him out, and I had him suspended.
All right.
You know it, I know it, the humanoids out here watching know it. That's
I'm
not
not
going
saying anything about Andre the Giant. Oh, ducked underneath by Scotty. Look out. Leapfrog, nicely done. Oh. Ran smack into that clothesline. Hernandez was waiting for that. I never mentioned the word Andre.
You didn't have to. The only problem that exists are the people and you and the World Wrestling Federation thinking they're snowing me and they're not. You're just making fools out of yourself. You have the problem, I don't. Because those masks are going to be ripped right off their faces. And sudden bunny are the men that are going to do it.
Won't you be surprised when you see that it's not Andre? and humiliated as well. Again.
Never.
Well, Scotty on the receiving end of a whole lot of punishment right now. Going to the outside. Very unusual move for this big guy. I don't know where he's going. He's going up. So, why is that? Why is he, look at that. He just, look at the power slam. Well, I don't think Hernandez will be talking to you anymore during this match. In front of the atomic drop. Scotty McGee unloading with some offense of his own. Big snap suplex. Well executed. Scotty up second turnbuckle on the inside. Bombs away. Followed right out of the ear. He's got that adrenaline flowing right now. Irish whip now reversal. He was looking for the clothesline and got beat. Oh, backbreaker coming up.
Hit him up with one arm.
This one is over. McGee wastes no time in submitting here, rightly so. Whole lot of pain involved in that particular move.
I'm not sure Hernandez was aware that he had a better one. If he had, I'm sure Scotty McGee would have brought down and the winner of the match,
Hercules Hernandez.
Hercules Hernandez, after taking some punishment from Scotty McGee, really came to life. Let's go back and take a look at how he polished off the young Scotsman. Here it comes. Scotty was looking for a clothesline right there, Bobby. Got caught with that knee.
well,
And look at this. Slips in deep here between the crotch. And if his back wasn't healed, it certainly isn't right now. Imagine the awesome power of Hercules Hernandez as he pulls down on the vertebrae in the back. On the victory, and a very impressive one from Mr. Hernandez. We'll be back. Wow. Impressive individual. However, you know, Freddie Blassie, I say a lot of derogatory things about Blassie, you know, but I give credit where credit is due. He's very intelligent. At one time, he was the manager of the world champions when they were Nikolai Volkov and Iron Sheik. He obviously figures that these guys are over the hill now about it.
Well,
Along with Hernandez. Why would he sell?
He also managed the world champion.
I understand that, yeah.
Why would he sell?
Well, how would he have?
Half. See, he didn't sell at all. Pretty blessed and very shrewd person. I don't know what money transpired, how much money. You just know pretty blessed his life.
He had a lot of money.
A lot of money, exactly.
The time that the man, and this was in the
Well, what a,
late
where did this guy
90s,
come
so
from?
they're not gonna hear me
Well, I
across
don't
right?
know.
Where they're both ways.
Well, maybe I do know what he did.
He's the manager of
Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shop, and they're never gonna hear my voice.
Well, we'll check with our dear friend Kenny Redfield today. He knows something about it, and he interviews the ladies world champion.
Santa Fe Institute.
All right, again, Gorilla
Why,
Monsoon, thank you very much.
when you're at the
I've
top
done
of
this
your
evening
game,
like every night.
do you decide to
Tremendous job
finance,
as
which was at the time,
down
run down,
Now, ladies
become
and
the
gentlemen,
donor
we've
sponsor
asked
every
to
once
be
in a
our guest at this time, the
Trolls.
ladies champion of
considered
professional wrestling, the
the most
fabulous
cutting
Moolah.
edge
And of course, Moolah, as you well know,
mathematicians.
so many challenges at this ladies championship belt. But it seems that one name keeps popping up, and you're no stranger to her in these velvet knickers.
Well, as far as I'm
So
concerned,
next spot,
that's
Rockefeller
something. I've been to
University,
WrestleMania in '97.
formed by
If
John
I
D.
were
Rockefeller
built,
to
I would have
back
that
the
face.
community.
That had to be certainly a record for a championship match.
Except
But as vehement as she has been lately in the Manny Arena, perhaps she's detected a weakness in your arsenal.
She hasn't detected a weakness because I don't have one. As far as I'm concerned, so
All right. Now, Moolah, if I may, I'd like to ask you, a lot of fans saw it not only on TNT, but here in Primetime Wrestling. You recently participated in the mini game using, under the guise of Clarabelle, so as not to reveal your true identity. Now, I understand you have gone out, you have had the date with Jim the Animal Neihart, and I'd like to ask, how did the evening progress?
Correct? Yes.
That's none of your business.
Get on the board of Rock.
Well, now, Moolah, under the rules of the main game, if you come back on TNT and reveal the, shall we say, romantic details of the evening, you and the Animal receive $10,000. Now, surely you're not going to pass by that kind of money.
Good question.
But I've got to think about it, and I'll speak with him. We'll see what we decide to do, okay?
Could I ask you, can we expect perhaps to get wind of future dates between you and the MC?
You're awful nosy. I figure it's none of your business.
Well, we have so many cards and letters wondering regarding the
I don't care about your cards and letters. Now, my private affair with him is my business and his business, okay? So I would advise you to keep your nose out of it.
We'll be back right after this.
If you had General Motors, it was your reputation, it was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the 70s, it was basically, if you remember, you
Wrestling
probably
fans,
had
tag team
a
action, hot
calculator.
and heavy as always here in the World Wrestling Federation. We're going to take a look about what I feel is two teams are in the top five, I would say. The All-American out of Syracuse University, Mike Rotundo, and Golden Boy Dennis Spivey against Rudy Tootie and Company, the Funk Brothers.
School's out. Knock off that.
For who?
For the American Express, University of Syracuse, All-American. Whoopee.
Let's go to ringside wrestling fans and take a look at this exciting match.
Ladies and gentlemen, this tag team match has one fall. Introducing from Amarillo, Texas, with a combined weight of 496 pounds, Hoff and Jimmy Jack, the Funk Brothers.
Well, we're waiting the appearance of the opposition.
I got the answer. Rotundo and Spivey, no doubt, are underneath the bench right now, and they're trying to coax them out.
Please, give me a break. Under capacity crowd on hand here, Toronto Maple Leaf Stars waiting for the appearance. Here they come now.
Introducing from Syracuse, New York, weighing 245 pounds, Mike Rotundo, and his partner from Florida, weighing 280 pounds, Golden Boy Danny Spivey.
The American Express has arrived on the scene. Golden Boy Danny Spivey and All-American out of the University of Syracuse, Mike Rotundo. Talk about two speed merchants. These guys can move it around.
Haven't you about had it with all this waving of the flag and mom's apple pie?
Absolutely not. When they put me in the ground, that's when I'll stop waving the flag.
Oh, you can be patriotic, Monsoon, but no.
Attack here by the Funks right off the bat. That was gone. We're underway. Oh, that double cross right at the end. Double atomic drop. Double knockout. Double scoop slam. And the Funks are heading for lower ground.
Look at that. A man's stopping and kicking the man's hat.
It just goes to show you. When you play with the bull, you get the horns.
Yeah, you don't get the horn where he got it. That's man's property. That's probably $300-$400 hat.
Well,
Look at that. That's a fucking hat.
everyone knows that Jimmy Jack doesn't have both oars in the water. Look at him. He thinks he's the Lone Ranger or somebody.
Well, he's a little out of bounds.
Yeah, I guess so. My God.
If we all were sane, Monsoon, you'd be like,
You wouldn't have anybody in your family, would you, in your stable?
I wouldn't want anybody empty. I like them when they're a little bit twisted.
Boy, you certainly got some.
Hey, every football coach.
Oh, look at this. Rotundo taking exception. Obviously, some very derogatory remark made to him by Hoss Funk. And Rotundo's in. Let's see whether Hoss tags out. No, he's going to stay in there. Sparks are flying in the garden. Shoulder block. Rotundo backed up, and he didn't go down. The tag team action hot and heavy right now here in the World Wrestling Federation. Of course, the reigning champions, the British Bulldogs, Dynamite Kid, Davey Boy Smith. They've got all kinds of heavy opposition looking for them, including King Kong Bundy and Big John Studd.
Oh, we're not looking for anybody. Let them come looking for
So you don't want a title shot, right?
Sure we do, but they're going to have to come up. We're the number one contenders.
Well,
We want the Bulldogs.
Right now, you're not the number one contender.
Yes, we are the number one contender.
I believe you're mistaken.
I've never been mistaken.
I believe there's a three-way tie right now for as far as who's the number one challenger.
Who would you say?
That is King Kong Bundy, Big John Studd, the Dream Team, Greg the Hammer, Valentine, Brutus, Beefcake, the Former Champions, and the Giant and Super Machines.
What are you doing?
Look at this beautiful move there by Mike Rotundo. And down went Hoss. He's coming out the wrong way, pal. No, the ring is that way. You have to go that way. That's how you get in the ring. Boy, look at the strange look on that kisser right there. I thought Jimmy Jack was the one that didn't have both doors in the water. I'm not too sure about Hoss anymore. Boy, did he have a look in his eye. Looks gonna kill. I'd been dead right there. I've been yesterday's news.
Then you wouldn't have had to worry about any more of that flag waving.
Absolutely. Or anything else for that matter. Wrenching it up with a side headlock. There's the quick tag. And the young Golden Boy stepping in. Some 6'8". 300, I don't know, maybe close to 300, 275, 280. Big in the water and agility.
Yeah, he knows how to step in and out of a ring.
Uh-oh, he got back into the wrong part of town. He's trying to fight his way out of there. Oh, he made it with a double knocker, and both the Funks are down.
Where is Jimmy Hart?
Bob of the South, very conspicuous by his absence here.
Well, he might be with the Hitman, he might be with Neidhart, he might be with Adrian. He's a busy man.
Well, I think that this is an extremely important match for the Funks, and it would have certainly been to his advantage to be here. I'm glad he's not here.
Maybe he didn't, maybe he thought that the Funks didn't need him with these two
And
hands.
this would be a night off, right? Huh. But Rotundo been looking for a partner for quite some time here in the World Wrestling Federation, and he certainly found one right now. El Softo in the ring right now.
You ever sat down and talked to Jimmy Jack?
No, I've never had that pleasure.
I did
Or
once.
displeasure.
I did once.
Would you like to tell us about it?
I didn't understand the thing he said.
Oh, that's obvious.
That was fine with me.
Challenging to test their strength here, the finger lock. I don't think that Jimmy Jack can win this.
Wrong again, Monsoon.
Here's a nice leg trim to get him down.
Wrestling.
There's that inexperience showing up. Well, he's not having much success holding the shoulders down.
The referee's not having much success reaching three either.
Terry Youngson, one of the premier referees in the World Wrestling Federation, are you questioning his authority, his capabilities?
Would I do that?
No, never. Sorry, I even gave that connotation. Coming up now, got that height advantage, and now the table is turned here, but only momentarily. Obviously, the news that shocked the world of wrestling in the last several weeks here is, of course, the latest escapades of one Mr. Wonderful, Paul Orndorff. Now I understand also under your tutelage.
That's right, pal. I've got the biggest and the best athletes in professional wrestling today.
Would you like to tell us what you have in mind for us?
I'll tell you what I got in mind for everybody.
Oh, good.
I am going to control wrestling in 1 year. Orndorff or Harley Race will become the heavyweight champ.
Handsome Harley and
Handsome are the king of wrestling.
King, I'm sorry.
As you like to refer to him as, will become the heavyweight champion of the world. Stud Bundy will become the world's tag team champion. And I will not only become complete host of prime time, commentator of the year, I will maybe be president of the World Wrestling Federation, and the whole sport of professional wrestling will be ruled by me, and everybody will have to come to me when they want to pay me.
Sounds a little like the Wizard of Oz. To me, sort of a fairy tale, is it not? You never mentioned Orndorff. What you had in mind for him?
I just said Harley Race or Orndorff would be.
Orndorff. Oh, okay.
See, you're slowly losing your job. You're not
Well,
paying attention.
I don't know, Brain. You left out one important title here in the World Wrestling Federation that you don't have designs on at all.
What?
The Intercontinental Championship.
Oh, Macho Man's got a busy schedule. He wants to put the title on, we'll be more than glad to oblige him.
Building the wrath of the All-American out of Syracuse University, Mark Rotundo is Jimmy Jack said it was very clear.
But did you shut behind somebody's back? That's the question now.
There's a tag made by the Fox, and the referee did not see that. He won't allow it. And another false tag made by Rotundo.
You're condoning this because you don't like them. That's the only reason. You're not being fair.
I didn't say that I condoned that.
You said clever.
And this certainly was clever.
It was sneaky.
Doesn't make it right. It was clever.
That's the way one guy kept weaseling out of that ring.
Weasel? You mentioned the word
Well,
weasel.
I didn't think that's what they're doing.
Now, if I mentioned the word weasel, you'd get upset, right?
Because you would be referring to me.
Well, naturally, everyone knows that you and the name Weasel are synonymous.
I am
Surprised you didn't wear your little hat.
what hat?
Your little weasel hat.
I don't have a weasel hat.
I thought I saw you with one.
No, you never did.
Must have been another weasel.
There's only one. I mean, there's probably a lot of weasels out there. You leave me alone and just commentate on the match.
Losing it here in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens, Bobby the Brain Heenan. My colleague this week here at the broadcast position. Tag made now as Hoff steps in. Both teams swinging profusely here. It's going to be hard to hold on to action. Hot and heavy in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens. Be interesting to see who, in fact, will be victorious in this match, because it's going to depend a great deal on where their career is going right here in the World Wrestling Federation. All that action coming up in just moments, wrestling fans. We're going to be back in the conclusion, so don't go away. We're back, fans, and the action not only hot and heavy, but Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens extremely hot, and conditioning will play an important part in this match, Bob. Yeah, I figured you'd say that. We're going to see the conclusion right now, wrestling fans, so let's go back down to ringside.
They have air conditioning here at the Maple Leaf Gardens.
I think there is some kind of a fluid system. I think breathing is what it's called.
It's only 1986. Dude, this is modern enough.
Look at those forearm uppercut shots by Ross Funk. Nobody delivers that blow any nicer or better than he does. Rushing him. Oh, ducks underneath Benson. Wow. Almost went down. High cross body. Holds the leg out. Save made by Billy Jack from the outside. Here he comes and gets caught with a scoop slam. Rotundo's on fire. And the Bucks do the wise thing by getting out.
Exactly the wise thing. There's something wrong. Something wrong. The Bucks just look a little disorientated.
Well, they certainly do. I think they missed their manager. I noticed you were over before the match even began, giving him some words of encouragement, words of wisdom, perhaps.
I was just asking him about a plane flight, flight number.
Couldn't do that in the locker room. You had to wait to come out here on the ring with it, right?
I'm busy, you know, other times in my evening. I just don't. I saw him. It occurred to me.
You mean you don't have your own little Learjet that flies you from place to place for all your money?
No, I don't waste my money on stuff like that. I let the airlines fly.
Oh, look at this. Nice armbar by Rotundo, and what tremendous leverage as he picked Cross right up off the canvas with it.
But I do charter a lot of things.
I'm sure you do. Chris Cross now. Who's going to... Oh, look at that. Jimmy Jack from the outside. Kerry Austin right on his case, but after the fact, the damage already done. Who knows what goes on behind that mask? Wow, right down to the concrete. Action on the concrete here in Toronto. Wow, right into the steel railing. But Rotundo in a whole heap of trouble as he's literally in a heap on the concrete floor here in Toronto.
It's like he got derailed.
He certainly did. He got rammed right into that steel railing that's surrounding the ringside here.
You want to play with the big boys, you're going to have to know what's going to take place.
Golden Boy over there and make sure no further damage is done from the outside. As the count goes on. Oh, look at this. Jim Jack over there again throwing a number on Rotundo. You should have stayed there, Danny. Referee can't count you out. You're not the legal man in the ring.
Oh, now you've become their manager.
Well, you know, if you don't know all the rules and the ramifications involved, you could be a deep trouble out there. You can't hear me anyway. Oh, just got out. Rotundo did. Look, for all intents and purposes, to be all over at that point. Abdominal stretch. And look at Hoss reaching down. Oh, look at this. Referee can't see it. Spivey certainly does. And he doesn't waste any time going in. And now it's the Fox who are doing the double teaming. And Rotundo in bad shape needs desperately to make a tag. He doesn't start to mount some kind of an offense here very shortly or make some kind of a tag. This one is going to be history.
Come on, Danny, wave the flag. Show him a picture of Mom.
We got apple pie. Or peanut butter pie. Whatever. Front face lock by Jimmy Jack. As Spivey looks on, not a whole lot the Golden Boy can do about it right now. As Rotundo needs desperately to reach his own corner. Not a hot team here in the World Wrestling Federation, a Hart Foundation. Oh, you're getting that one right hard in the hip now.
That's correct. They're getting back to what you said about the machines. Just because the machines beat everybody in Japan, that don't make them a contender here in the World Wrestling Federation. They're being allowed to come into this country because Andre the Giant will do a number on myself, Bundy, and Steph.
Why do you keep mentioning Andre the Giant in the same sentence with your machines? I don't understand your thinking.
I don't understand why you keep thinking I'm dumb.
Well, it's obvious.
It isn't obvious.
Rotundo is still unable to get over to the Golden Boy. And he is absorbing all kinds of heavy-duty punishment. Got very close, but not close enough to make the tag as Hoss was there to stop him. Oh, look at those shots. I'm glad I retired. Rotundo with a forearm of his own, not a whole lot behind him, not even enough to get him out of the corner. Wow, you can hear those shots, the smack of the flesh all the way from here.
You see the sweat flying about 10 feet.
Oh, look at that. Beautiful. That suplex by Hoss Funk over for the cover. Could be all over. Golden Boy comes in. Whoa. That was about 2 3/4 count there.
That was 3.5.
3.5. Must have missed something. Double underhook from the backside. 2 count once again. That's all he could get. Talk about determination and guts. Rotundo certainly has that nice block, block suplex move, and another block. Let's take the left leg down. Oh, where did he find the energy to do that? Good opportunity here for Mike to make the tag. Of course, I don't think he even knows which way is his own corner.
Yeah, he's helping most of the time.
He's heading in the wrong direction right now.
He's helping most of the time, too.
Now he sees his man. Now he's trying to get to his partner, and so is Funk at the same time. There's Spivey with the tag. Oh, look at the southpaw coming on fire. Here comes Jimmy Jack. He got thrown, and he catches another one right in a kisser. Look now, double knockout out there. Spivey, with all that energy cooped up inside him, has exploded. Oh, drop kick, the beat guy really got up in the air. Scoops in for another slam. Leg drop off the ropes. Over for the cover, could be all over, hooks the leg. No. Action fast and furious here in Toronto's Maple Leaf Gardens. Look out, throws right out. Jimmy Jack came in and Rotundo right there to meet him. A bulldog perhaps. Coming up. Oh no, he ran into a clothesline by Jimmy Jack. And the Golden Boy is down.